distinguished guests, participants, and ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and welcome to the Global Spectrum Management Forum 2024, hosted by the Central Radio Management Service. And also, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for your presence today. And before we begin to this event, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Sonu Kim. Today, I have given the honor of being the host for this very meaningful and special forum. Thank you very much. Before the start of this forum, please set your receiver channel 1 for Korean, channel 2 for English. Thank you very much. And also, once again, thank you very much for attending today with us. And please stay with us until the end. And yes, without further ado, please join me in welcoming Mr. Jung-sam Kim, Director General of the Central Radio Management Service, who will deliver the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Director General.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I am Jung-sam Kim, the Director General of Central Radio Management Service, affiliated with the Ministry of Science and ICT. This year, we sincerely welcome everyone who attended the Global Radio Management Forum 2024, which marks its 4th anniversary. Nice to meet you, officials from all spectrum management organizations in Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Kenya, Mongolia, Nepal, the Philippines, Uganda, Uzbekistan, Vietnam, and Zambia. I would also like to thank you, Jong-Soo Song, Vice President of the Korea Radio Promotion Association, Gyujin Wee, Chairman of ITUR SG5, who will give today's keynote speech, and Il-Gyu Lee, Professor of Gongju University, who will lead the panel discussion, and many other presenters who took up their precious time out of a busy schedule. With this remarkable development of ICT, we live in a digital world completely different from the past. In particular, drones are already being used on the battlefields as well as various economic activities. And wireless sensing and radar technology are evolving mobile revolutions such as autonomous vehicles and UAM, as well as construction, manufacturing, disaster relief, and healthcare services, and so on and so on. In this forum, we'll explore ways to innovate spectrum management system by sharing policies and cases of spectrum management in Korea, Nepal, and Indonesia. In addition, we will share information on AI big data-based radio wave management technology, drones and anti-drone, and radar sensing, to consider solutions for spectrum management for these new industries. We also will address international cooperation for developing countries, mutual recognition agreements, and ITUR standardization trends. With CRMS, since its establishment in 1947, has dedicated to improving Korea's radio industry and contributing to safe and efficient radio management. In addition, through cooperation with 16 MOU signatory countries, we share our experience and contribute to the global development of spectrum management. In addition to this forum, we are also working on international cooperation, such as bilateral meetings, technical experts dispatches, We are also actively participating in ITU activities to share knowledge and the latest technologies. Finally, I would like to thank all the officials who worked hard to ensure this successful hosting of this forum. And I hope you make a lot of good memories in Korea for the rest of your schedule. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General, for your inspiring word and for setting this stage for this momentous event. Once again, thank you very much. And for the welcoming remarks, I would invite the Dr. Jung-soo Song, the Vice President of Korea Radio Promotion Association. Please welcome Dr. Song with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Seoul, Korea. I'm Jung-soo Song from RAPA, Korea Radio Communication Promotion Agency. I'm working there as a Vice President. I would like to sincerely welcome all of you to the Global Spectrum Management Forum 2024. I'm very pleased to meet you all at this meaningful event. First, I would like to start by expressing my heartfelt thanks to the persons involved in this event for their hard work and dedication. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Director General Jung Sam-kim of Central Radio Management Service for hosting this event. Also, I would like to thank the officials from Bangladesh, Cambodia, Indonesia, Kenya, Mongolia, Nepal, Vietnam, and the Philippines, Uganda, Uzbekistan, and Zambia for traveling from afar to grace this occasion. This is the first Global Spectrum Management Forum, the only specialized forum in the world, I believe, focusing on the spectrum management. Spectrum has now become an essential element supporting our economic growth and social safety, beyond being a mere technical resource. At this crucial time of rapid technological advancement, we should seek effective management and innovative utilization of spectrum resources. I hope this forum will provide a great opportunity in those purposes. I am highly interested in the technologies and many use cases presented by the companies that are leading our country's radio industry through their state-of-the-art technologies at this forum. This is because the future we live in will be the one where we utilize AI and the big data to manage radio waves, block illegal use of radio frequencies, and create a smart lifestyle through millimeter wave radar. I have no doubt that the valuable insights from the experts, presenters, and all of you participating in this forum will enrich our discussions. Lastly, I wish for the Global Spectrum Management Forum to serve as a lasting platform for continuous collaboration and information exchange. I hope for fruitful discussions and outcomes for each one of you. Thank you once again, and I wish you all a meaningful time here while you are staying in Seoul. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your warm messages for our participants today's forum. Thank you once again. And now it is my pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker, the Dr. Kyujin Wi, chairman of ITUR SG5. Dr. Wee delivers a presentation on the topic of the spectrum management in future. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and excellencies, distinguished delegations, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, the study group 5 is not related to the work of the spectrum management. It's only dealing with the mobile, fixed, and the terrestrial service spectrums. However, I'm very honored to speak a few words in this global spectrum management forum of this year, based on my 30 years experience in ITU. During RA 23 in the last year, there was a proposal to modify the ITUR resolutions 23, which was developed at first in 1963 to encourage the ITU members to extend the radio monitoring systems to worldwide scale. The actual proposal was to delete the one sentence, that is, international monitoring reduced apparent congestions in the use of the orbit and the spectrum resources. It is true that the monitoring itself would not affect to reduce such congestions in the use of the orbit and the global resources. However, when I heard such proposal, something came to my mind that the congestions in the use of the orbit and the spectrum resources is becoming a serious issue in spectrum management. Secondly, as you may notice, there have been tremendous numbers of satellite filings, notifications, and the registrations in ITU MIFR. MIFR is a Master International Frequency Registers during the last 8 years. It comes mainly from the non-geostationary satellite systems, which are known as commercially SpaceX, Amazon, OneWeb, Guowang, G60, etc. One non-GSO satellite network consists of around of the few thousands of satellites or more than 10,000 satellites. While those satellites are notified to ITU by the radio regulations, those regulations were developed long time ago before such mega constellation of non-GSO comes. It is worth to know how much power flux density are coming from such mega constellations of non-GSO to your country, to your territories. I also would like to pick two other examples, agenda items of the WH27. One is agenda item 1.5, which is to consider regulatory measures and implementability thereof to limit the unauthorized operation of the non-geostationary satellite orbit Earth stations. The background of this agenda item 1.5 is as follows. The Earth stations of such non-geostationary satellite is quite small, and anybody could buy such small Earth stations from market. Then those buyers could access such non-geostationary satellite without your administration's proper authorizations. That is the reason why spectrum monitoring is getting important. The other example is Agenda Item 113, which is to consider studies on possible new allocations to the mobile satellite service for direct connectivity between space stations and international mobile telecommunications, IMT, user equipment to complement terrestrial IMT network coverage. It means signals from space stations to IMT user equipment use same frequency of terrestrial IMTs. In these days, as you know, IMT is becoming a kind of the prerequisite tools for life, like a food, house, or wearings. Therefore, proper protection of the IMT system and the frequency in your country is also administration's role. Up to now, every user equipment of foreign visitors to your country should access through your country network, terrestrial network, which is called roaming. However, in future, some user equipment in your territory may not access your terrestrial network, but directly access to satellite space stations without your administration's proper permissions. There is another example why spectrum monitoring is required. Those two agenda items are just an example that every administration needs to know how much power flux density is coming down to your territory from those non-geostationary satellite or geostationary satellite. While I picked the two examples on the satellite cases, spectrum monitoring is the basis of the spectrum management, which is the rights and the responsibilities of all administrations, as you know. Radio spectrum is a natural resource and also national resource. In order to manage the national resource as supposed to be, spectrum monitoring is prerequisite process. Furthermore, international corporations among those spectrum monitoring organizations need to extend to worldwide scale as described in ITUR Resolution 23. It should be noted that Republic of Korea is one of the countries which has offered to receive the officials from other administrations. I believe this is one of these occasions. As a part of the international corporations, the organization of the Korea Central Radio Management Service has actively contributed to develop the new report, ITUR, on next generation spectrum monitoring, proactive, autonomous, and data-driven, which has been approved a couple of months ago in June in this year. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I wish all of you have a fruitful discussions during this event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for starting the forum with an insightful keynote presentation. Once again, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please give a big round of applause once again. Thank you very much. Yes, this concludes the opening ceremony now. And before we move on to the next session, we will commemorate this important event with a group photo session. So featuring with our VIP and the guest speakers, and also all following participants online and on-site as well. Additionally, we will also take a group photo with participants from overseas radio-related authorities and who are attending the forum on-site, online as well. So the VIP and distinguished guests and all the following guests, please come up the stage. Our staff will guide you onto the stage. Now we are going to take group photo session. And we were gonna take group photos in two parts. Firstly, with distinguished guests present here. And after that, we will take a group photo with international participants joining online and on screen. Like this such a meaningful event, we are going to group photo session now. So firstly, we are going to group photo session who are in on-site. Once finish the group photo first, then we are going to take the group photo with the radio-related authorities with participating online. So please see in the camera. 3, 2, 1. One more. 3, 2, 1. Smile on you. And this is the gesture of the Korea's heart. Once more. 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. But also we have the participants on the online through on screen. So we are going to take another group photo. Please see in the camera. So we are going to take second part of the group photo with our online participants. See in the center of the camera, everyone, and please wave your hands. See in the center of the camera, 3, 2, 1. Smile, 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And also, that will be the last but not least. Why don't we make a clap? Yes. Could you please see in the camera? Thank you very much. Thank you very much. The photo session has done now. You may return to your seat. Thank you very much for your participating. Yes, always the photo is important for the very important event, right? Yes. So today's forum that consists of a total of the 3 presentation sessions. So followed by a panel discussion and after all the presentations. So please stay with us until the end. And the session 1 will begin shortly. So if you have any questions during the session, so please leave on a comment on the YouTube or the ask during the panel discussion as well. Yes, it's the time for the session 1. We now move on to the first session, so which will deliver into the topic of spectrum management trend. We have exceptional lineups of speakers who will provide their expertise on the subject. Our first speaker for this session is Mr. Hyun-soo Kim, Deputy Director of Central Radio Management Service. He delivers a presentation on the topic of the status of spectrum management in Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. 첫 번째
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Kim Hyun-soo, Deputy Director from CRMS. So, Global Spectrum Management Forum 2024 aims to discuss about some spectrum management policies around the world. In that regard, it is very meaningful and important event. And so today I would like to talk about the spectrum management in Korea. So this is what I'm going to cover today: spectrum management organization and comprehensive spectrum utilization management and future direction. So first of all, let me tell you about the organization's framework for spectrum management. The Ministry of Science and ICT is comprehensively managing the spectrum, and underneath there's National Radio Research Agency and Central Radio Management Service. So we also have the relevant organizations, including Korea Communications Agency and Radio Promotion Associations and Telecommunications Technology Associations. So this is the organization of CRMS. So CRMS is a nationwide offices. So it has a headquarters at the center, and also we have 10 regional radio management services center and 1 satellite radio monitoring center. So with all these offices, we are doing the spectrum management in Korea. This is the history of the CRMS. It was established in June 1947, and in December 1983, we launched the CRMO, and in December 1987, its name has been changed to CRMS. This slide shows key responsibilities and roles of CRMS. So it includes the licensing, inspection, and also the critical telecommunication facilities management. And also we are dealing with any spectrum disruption, and also we are monitoring and inspecting some of the communication management. And also we are monitoring and supervising the communication carrier, and also we are working on information security. And at the same time, we are managing any digital disasters and data center or telecommunication hubs. And by setting up our crisis management as a center that is working on digital disaster, we are really working hard to fulfill these responsibilities. And now let me tell you about the comprehensive spectrum utilization management. This is the process of how we are utilizing the spectrum management. So it consists of 3 different stages. With ITU, radio resources are secured, and inside Korea, the radio resources are allocated depending on its specific purposes, and depending on the priority, the allocation is made, and also we are responding to the interference, and also we are working on post-allocation of the spectrum management. We also work on licensing and inspection of radio station. Radio station licensing means to examine the feasibility of frequency designation and technical requirements for radio stations, requiring a license and grants a license if conditions are met. And any radio station who doesn't need this license, they can just establish their own station without any need for license. And radio station inspection means that it verifies the technical characteristics of licensed radio station. The right side shows the radio station licensing procedures. If the operator applies for license and registration, CRMS is doing the technical review. And if there is no issue, the licensing is made. And after the licensing, operator is doing the installation of radio station. And after that, after construction is completed, CRMS is inspecting the conformity, and after that, the operator can start its radio station operation. And on the bottom right side, you can just refer to this information. This is about radio interference monitoring and response. So by using the radio monitoring system, we ensure legal compliance and address any interference from land, marine, and aerial sources. And if there is any interference, we are investigating where that comes from. So for more specific work, we are detecting illegal radio, which is under 7.5 gigahertz, and we are detecting any radio that comes from this frequency range. And radio station operation monitoring means that whether the radio station is properly operated, and radio quality is measured, which means that frequency deviation, occupied bandwidth, and spurious emissions are measured. Marine and aviation communication monitoring means to help to address some impact on disaster situation. Satellite and international radio monitoring is done for any signals in the region between 56 east and 160 west. So by confirming its regulatory compliance, we are protecting any radio management inside Korea. So by doing so, we are keeping some efficient and effective usage of radio and spectrum management. So this is some fixed radio monitoring system that we are using right now. So we have 180 fixed radio monitoring system across the nation from the first generation to the third generation. Most of them are detecting the radio wave and also detect any illegal frequency and also measure radio quality. As the equipment has been more evolved to the third generation, its frequency has evolved a lot, and also GPS monitoring and direction detection have been upgraded dramatically. And this radio monitoring system was developed with the Korean technology, and it is working very stably. And Ompung and LID Next One established this radio monitoring system, and in a stable manner, this radio monitoring and inspection is well done. Next is about radio interference monitoring and response. GPS interference cases have a very important impact on human life and also the safety of the airlines. So we are running this center 24/7, and this serves as a central center. So with control and management, whenever there is any interference, we are identifying the main reason why and eliminate those interferences. So next one is about the interference investigation cases. So there can be some interference, a source of interference in the broadcasting communication, and also the outdoor electronic billboards waves can also trigger some electromagnetic. So there can be all the different types of interferences. So in order to eliminate this interference, CRMS is working very, very hard for prompt reaction. Next is about radio interference monitoring and response for any illegal drone or illegal activities. So in order to protect the national key facilities, any threats or any action by illegal drones, we are taking very strong action. There are 3 different types of radio jamming devices. The first one is by doing the jamming. So high power radio waves are emitted to block communication between operators and drones. And any hacking the drone's control signals to take over the drone's operations. So such control seizure, spoofing is done. And drone spoofing can be done. So sending fake GPS signals to cause the drone to move outside of its intended area. So related to this anti-drone issue, Samjung Solution is going to deliver his presentation in the second session.
유상동
So next one is about satellite communication activation and satellite spectrum monitoring. So by using this in the 2020, by launching the low orbit satellite, satellite industry trend has undergone dramatic changes. So focusing on geostationary and medium Earth orbit satellites for broadcasting, communication, and surveillance. This is about frequency usage status survey. Since the spectrum and radio waves are limited, it is important to effectively use the frequency. So we are supporting the frequency policies for the fair and efficient utilization of limited radio resources through investigating changes, reallocation, and withdrawal in frequency allocations. Next one is about EMF strength measurement management. So by mandating EMF measurements for base stations in residential areas, we aim to ensure public safety and address public concerns about EMF wave. So when you look into the actual measurement, 99.9% of wireless radio station meet most of the criteria. So it is quite satisfactory. Next one is about investigating illegal broadcasting and telecommunication equipment. So any manufacturers, importers, or sellers of broadcasting and telecommunication equipment must undergo testing that complies with the standards specified in the Radio Wave Act. For those who are not obtaining this conformity assessment, they are under some criminal prosecution, fines, or corrective actions. So mobile phone, Wi-Fi, and any mobile device that are issuing some radio wave should go under some certification. And they also have to register for conformity, and self-confirmation is also required, and provisional certification can be provided for conformity evaluation for all these types of devices. And next, let me tell you about future directions and challenges. This is about AI and big data-based spectrum management. So by harnessing the new technology, we are developing the new types of spectrum management. So for efficient usage of electron and spectrum, we are going to apply them into the new services. AI and big data will be presented by Hura. So this is about the future EV and also self-autonomous cars. When there are new types of devices and new types of vehicles in the future, in order to make it smoothly working, we need the future spectrum monitoring. So we need to advance together with the AI technologies. Since spectrum and radio wave are limited resources, so we are taking the format of auction and bidding. So we are imposing some exclusive rights to use this. However, moving forward, new technologies and new services should be introduced. So we have to optimize this limited resources of spectrum, and more service providers and more operators need to commonly use the same frequency of radio. Under the current telecommunication network, moving forward, the media-scale IoT wireless infrastructure will be established. And also, in order to facilitate its usage, AI and big data-based digital spectrum management platform needs to be established. So the reliable spectrum utilization survey and analysis should be carried out to identify any spectrum sharing opportunities. So this is the end of the spectrum management in Korea. I expect all of you have some productive time here during your stay in Korea. Thank you.
And thank you very much for starting the forum with such an informative presentation. Thank you very much once again. Yes, continuing from the first presentation, I will now proceed the second presentation. So we have already looked at the South Korea's case. So though we will now, next presentation will cover international cases. The first country we will explore is Nepal. I would like to invite Engineer Udaya Krishna Shrestha, Director of Engineering Department in Ministry of Communication and Information Technology of Nepal. The presentation titled on the status of spectrum management in Nepal. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause.
Back. This is the next. Yeah, thank you. I am very pleased to be here in your beautiful country, Korea, for participating of this ICT expert training program done by K-Link. And my name is Uday Shrestha, and working in Radio Nepal under the Ministry of Communication and Information Technology. On behalf of my government, I would like to especially thanks to the Global Spectrum Management Forum 2024. And also thanks to the K-Link, RAPA, NIPA, Ministry of Science and Information Technology, and the people of Republic of Korea. We all participants are very thankful to this program organization also for selecting us to join this course as well as to attend this very valuable event in this in your capital, Korea. This is a unique opportunity for all of us to networking, not only in device to device, but also people to people as well as country to country. And during this training, so I would like to add something more about we all participants from 11 countries learn very much here, observe many things here, as well as Korean technology, which is we kept in our mind as a one folder, spectrum folder in our brain also. So that will be not will be deleted forever, like a capsule. So now I am going to present my small presentation of overview status of spectrum management in Nepal. So in my overview, so I will go through some one slide of my country, about my country, and after that about spectrum and what is our issues, and as well as what we are in this world. So we think that we are very back as we learn here. We are very back in the spectrum sector, but we are doing from our best. Our government is doing very best in these sectors. So this time, and we have a lot of budget we put in ICT. This is our government logo, and the national flag is like a different between the other countries. As we know that about our country is Lord Buddha's born place and a landlocked country, and it is located in between China, in the north part and other east, south and the west. It is between in China, border is China. So most of this latitude, longitude, as well as always it is from sea level to we can see from 59 meters to up to the peak, the Mount Everest, 8,848 meters. That's everybody knows about the peak of the mountains, Mount Everest, that is also located in our country, Nepal. So as spectrums, so before in Nepal, there are a lot of service providers were there, but nowadays only the Nepal Telecom and Nepal Ncell Nepal is there for giving good service whole country of Nepal. So our ministry is, as already told that, Ministry of Communication and Information Technology, MOCIT, and the regulator is the NTA, Nepal Telecom Authority. And we have Radio Act and others, Telecom Acts is, it is done by a very long time ago. So in this case, we saw here in Korea that AI technology is very everywhere. So we have to amendment our act and law as per world, what the world is doing. So we also do in our next picture. Now I am going to give some information about the services. In Nepal, we have a basic telecommunication service is one, number of license is given, and other basic telephone service one, GSMS mobile service two, network service provider 23, VSAT user also 11. And in the VSAT, what we did in Radio Nepal, 25 years ago, we installed in our center office beside link with the help of THICOM and the footprints of the THICOM 5 that time we can cover the whole of Nepal, and it is work in the extended C bands. So from center programs of Radio Nepals, we distribute all over the world. If some footprints are where the near neighboring country, and as well as we did what from the THICOM, we did audio streaming also that time. Nowadays we have our own app, so we are providing the service from our center office by ourselves. And GMPCS service also too, internet with email service 128. And also we have rural internet with email service also 3 we have. So about the broadcasting license, we have a lot of FM radio stations in Nepal. It is from 100 watts to 5 kilowatts FM radio. So even the nowadays 500 FM radio in VSA band is working, but we cannot cover the whole country of the Nepal. But by populations, we can cover our signal from Radio Nepal around 90% over with the help of apps, streaming, and media wave station using. So by population only, because the terrain of Nepal is very much tough, so we cannot cover by land. So another is terrestrial television is very challenging in this day in Nepal because of the set-top box. Okay, DTS, okay. And also one thing is DTS. DTS, we are also using DTS to cover our national radio programs from DTS service provider. So we use one audio channel and they insert it in their channel, and for it is the purpose of backup systems. Because backup system is very important, we have a lot of towers in the very hilly regions. That's why in the plain land, in the highway, we have optical fiber already there, but in the hilly area, we cannot link from optical fiber, but some places we are using radio link also there. About this, about the satellite, yeah. Satellite in case, previously we have a 2-slot, orbital slot in this satellite orbital server, orbital position we have, but due to the lack of our technical person and budget, as well as the demand, we cannot put our own satellite in the orbit. So now it is remain the satellite orbit in a position of at 123.30 east. So about monitoring, spectrum monitoring, some regular monitoring are doing by NTA as well as the ministry, and interference issue also there in Nepal, like in the border areas. Now, as I'm a radio person, and when I travel outside of Kathmandu in the field study, in the medium wave also, in 1143 kilohertz frequency, the India also transmitting in the same frequency. That's why sometimes when our transmitting power is low and when the terrain and other obstacle will be there, so sometimes we listen Indian medium wave station also. So in mobile monitoring stations, we have a monitoring system is already in NTAES, but it is a little bit not in this new technology. Again, the spectrum management sections and spectrum forum, NTA, MOCIT, operator, vendor, everybody is doing a good job in Nepal, but the population of Nepal is nearly 30 million, but the capital income is not so much high as compared to other Asian countries. That's why people cannot afford 5G smartphones nowadays. That's why our government already did some trial inside the capital and outside of the capital also for trial basis in 5G. They are studying. Our main in Nepal Telecom is doing good job for this purpose. I think Dawarsi also doing good thing for a country like Nepal, landlocked country. And status of this assigned spectrum, actually in Nepal, what you know that only in 1992 we started 2G. And after 2017 we started 4G. Now the 4G is already covered 73% in Nepal, but two service provider, they merge in the signal so that they can cover as their putting their transmitting repeater station as per their business purpose. So nearly we are happy to get a signal, GSM signal in Nepal, even in the hilly area also. And also, even though CDMA also, code division multiple access also, we are using, still we are using in some remote part also. Okay. Nowadays, spectrum auction also very important, not only for the developed country, but also underdeveloped countries and developing countries also. So in Nepal, we also, our government also did first time practice in Nepal 9 years ago. So main challenge is, you know that we have only two big service providers, so it is hard to get the good revenue, and the people are not so much using because of their capital income. And the study of 6-year study got that the revenue is decreasing by 26% in last 6 years. Technology, yes, sorry. And also interference, I already told about this. So I'm working in the RF zone. That's why we have 33 FM radio stations all over the Nepal. And we have three, even though we have 3 mediwave, analog mediwave stations in our country, it is running. Nowadays, we are planning to switch on the digital radio broadcasting in our country. So now that's why our budget also focus on the digital radio broadcasting in Nepal. So Nepal also have their digital network, not only in the radio sector, not only in this mobile sector, but also in the agriculture, health. Each and every ministry is doing very good for their effort in ICT nowadays. So nowhere to go, because we are living in this ICT age. And this area is the artificial intelligence age. So even though in underdeveloping country also, we have to shake hand with underdeveloping country also, developing country also. We have, I think ITU will give a good suggestion for re-engineering our spectrum. We also need re-engineering spectrum, because in my point of view, what we saw when we are providing the service, we have a shortwave in UHF, and midwave also frequency is still in not in use because of the change of technology. So it is very much hard for the underdeveloping country. So they cannot afford, because of the to migrate the digital switch over. They cannot afford because of the receiving radio receiver. Radio receiver is a very costly for those who live in the Himalayan, who live in the hilly area. For the urban area, it is okay. They can purchase anywhere. And nowadays, all in the mobile. So we are also waiting for FM in mobile. So we are doing study on digital switchover for Radio Nepal. And this future planning for spectrum, we need some monitoring systems for mobile, whole country of the Nepal. And also we don't have radio monitoring systems like here in RMS, this in Korea. We don't have that type of stations. So in near futures, we are happy to work on that also. So every day is a challenge. And we are all are in technical field, so we need to do something for our government, for our next generation also. So think about the next generation also. So that times what the world is going in the place. So we also need to go. We move to with their step also sometimes. And another thing, see, I already told that this new market players, yes. In Nepal, Nepal is a very small country, and people are not so much using 5G, yeah, no, even 4G mobiles. Even, you know, the good thing or bad thing. So people cannot on 24/7 on the data. So people use only data when they need only. So because of the cost of the service, so government should be think about that. Only the urban area people can be afford. So we have to subsidize. We have to collaborate with private agency also. So what the government can we do? It is very necessary nowadays. Spectrum also and other issues also in Nepal. So our government will be cooperate with Korean government and other collaboration. If something we can do in next year or this year, so we are very happy to convey your regards to our government, our organization, our people, and our business person also, if they will help to get a good technology in Nepal in next future. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your presentation. We were able to learn about the Nepal's case. So thank you once again. This is the last presentation of session 1. The next country we will explore is Indonesia. For the next presentation, I would like to invite Mr. Julhaidir Hamid, the Senior Radio Frequency Engineer of Ministry of Communications and Informatics of Indonesia. He delivers his presentation titled, The Status of Spectrum Management in Indonesia, subtitled IoT SDR based on radio frequency monitoring and radio identification and radio location with machine learning. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
여러분, 만나서 반갑습니다.
Hello, everyone. Nice to meet you. My name is Julhaidir Hamid.
Present in English. I'm so sorry because my Korean language is already not that good as good as in the past. First of all, I'd like to say thank you so much to Central Radio Management Service for inviting me to speak at this prestigious event. As we know, JSMF since 2001 has been consistently been a platform for groundbreaking discussion and advancement in radio spectrum management and monitoring. Okay, I will open with my presentation. Okay, as we know, Indonesia is one of the large archipelago country in the world with approximately about 17,000 islands, and it's spread around from Pacific Ocean to Indian Ocean. So it's a really strategic location, but because of that, Indonesia have a natural beauty and also rich cultural heritage and also friendly people. We always, Indonesian people, well known for, we always smile everywhere. Okay, I already spoke about the key features of Indonesia, included the diverse landscape. We have a lot of mountain. We have also a lot of beach, beautiful beach around Indonesia. We have a lot of forests. One of the biggest tropical forests is in Indonesia, except besides Amazon forest also. And also we have a rich cultural heritage. If we speak about the tribes, we have around most like 1,000 tribes in Indonesia, because we have since in the since ancient time, some of people they stay in the specific area and they didn't travel a lot, so they becoming unique and becoming a different tribe comparing to the others. And also, the people, as I say, we are almost all of us is always warm and friendly people, and also the strategic location because of the location that be in the ocean and Indian Pacific and Indian oceans. Also, because of this location, we also have a big challenge because Indonesia is one of the countries that passing by the ring of fire. Because of that, we always have natural disasters. And also, because we have a lot of island, that means we have a lot of area to monitor, including the land and also the sea. For the radio spectrum monitoring system in Indonesia, actually, for the remote station, we have more than Korea. Korea have like 108, but we are like 158. And also the mobile monitoring, we have 48. And spectrum analyzer, we have more than 170, and we have 35 regional office spread around Indonesia. But is it enough? Let's see. Probably if people just see about the number, then they say, okay, it's more comparing to Korea. But if we compare it with the land area, it's not enough at all. For Korea, with the number, this is 88. During I write this presentation, I find this number from the CRMS website, and I didn't update. I'm so sorry. So that means there will be 108 units, but the land area for us is like 90 times comparing it to Korean land area. So the number is not enough. So for us to achieve the same standard for the fixed monitoring station, that means we need more than 1,500 station monitoring to have a standard as close as possible to Korean standard. But as you know, the problem with this kind of infrastructure, that means we need a lot of capital expenditure and also operational expenditure. It will be really huge problem. That's why since 2021, our organization giving our team a task to provide a complementary. It's like we are tasking to provide a complementary and alternative to the radio station monitoring that these days sell by the huge brand. I think everyone knew about the huge brand. Okay. So first of all, I'd like to introduce IoT SDR, best radio frequency monitoring. This system will be using the combination of IoT and also SDR, software development radio. I think most of the system they use this kind of stuff, but in the very advanced technology. So the advantage will be, in my experience, it will be relatively simple to produce, and also it will be cheaper because we using the one that already in the market. So we don't need to create a new product, and also it's customizable because we can change the IoT and also we can change the SDR, the one that we will use. The disadvantage, probably the most important one, this kind of solution will have some problem with the measurement style of monitoring, the one that need specific units for measurement. Because to achieve that kind of stuff, that means we have to do some tests and some calibration to achieve the unit measurement. and this is not like a good choice for that kind of needs. Also, because this is a new system, that means we have to develop solution from ground up. This is the diagram for the IoT solution. For the software development radio, it will be transformed over the air radio signal to digital form, and the working frequency for the system, it depends on the SDR that we will use. For example, we already try with the RTL SDR, and also HAC RF and USRV and signal horn. The IoT one will be perform the digital processing to the signal. For example, the processing will be occupancy calculation and also some demodulation. For example, we try with the Raspberry Pi, but probably in the future we will try with the BeagleBone or probably with Intel NUC. And for data link and connectivity, it will be enabling us to access the IoT, so we can do some demodulation and access the data from the IoT. Probably we can, at this time we usually use 4G and 5G modem, and also some area we use UTP cable for the internet access, and probably in the future we'll try to experiment with the LoRa and ZigBee protocol. The left side is the prototype. It's like a home industry. We're using some electrical box and then put all of the electronics inside the box and then put it outside for like 3 months. And then from this, we try to develop and then mass produce. And the right side is will be, this year will already been developed like 18 units to the regional offices. This is the kind of output that we already able to produce. The left side is for the FM radio, the power spectral density and occupancy calculation, the map. The upper one is the PSD and the below one is the occupancy for 24 hours. The middle one is for the TV, and the right side is for the cellular. This is actually an animation, so it's like for like 3 months we collected the picture and make it into animation, but because of the, I don't know, I can't play this video here. So if anyone interested, I will send if you contact me later. Oh, it can. So the right side is for the 900 cellular frequency, and the left side is for I think it's radio FM, and then 300 communication radio, and then the bottom up is the television band. And this is the example for the remote modulation, demodulation. This was taken during the Mandalika Supermotor GP. So it's like we put this box around the circuit, and then we remotely demodulate from our office in that area. Okay, the right side is radio FM and amateur radio and TV. It's almost the same, but I cannot play this time. Okay, what we already achieved with this IoT, this year we already deploy 18 IoT SDR in 6 regional offices, and in the future, I will speak in the future. And we already have done 24/7 RF PSD and occupancy data collection. Like I demonstrated, we already have able to do a remote demodulation for helping us to identify the users. And also, we already succeeded with a small experiment with the machine learning for RF identification and radio location. And I will speak it for this later, after this. For future plan, probably we have most radio and we have Regency and city around 544. And in the future, we'd like to deploy this system to all of the city and Regency. So I hope so. And then we try to develop the web-based remote emulation for identification. And we also started to develop the data server for the 24/7 RF monitoring because it needs a lot of data storage. And also we like to work with you with collaboration to the RF data analysis and insight for, with machine learning because it produces a lot of data. That means it's almost impossible for a person to do the analysis and insight. So it should be using the AI and machine learning. As I speak, we already done some experiment with the radio frequency identification, and this is the project. MindSphere, it's an artificial intelligence for RF identification. So basically, we will using machine learning to identify the user. And for the simplicity, we will use the RF band, FM band. So for the information, we will use the IQ data collected by the SDR, and then the IQ data will be saved and then using as a data training for the machine learning. We're using the one-dimensional CNN. This is well known for the signal and signal to identify signal. So, and for these cases, we collected 5,000 IQ data from 15 radio stations in Gorontalo City. And then this is the data collection algorithm. And the final result for this model is we are able to achieve 96.95% accuracy after 93 epoch of training. For the radio location, we also have some experiment with the radio location. We also using the almost identical AI architecture, one-dimensional of CNN. But this one a little bit different and a little bit complex because for radio location that means we need minimum 3 receiver, and the receiver that we are using, the IoT that already talked, we're using that IoT device, and we're adding some script to collect the data. So the problem with not only the radio direction finding, but also with the radio monitoring system is the cost. It's very expensive, and because of that, like I said, if we want to distribute this to all of the area in Indonesia, that means we need a lot of funds, and we cannot afford that kind of stuff. That's why we doing this kind of thing. And also the equipment usually really complex, really high tech, and we cannot produce that kind of technology yet in Indonesia. And this kind of technology usually will be hard if we use it in the urban area. The complex area, they will usually produce not a good direction finding. For the Dragon, the distributed radio geolocation network, this experiment we are doing it in the one of the city, Semarang city, by using 3 portable IoT receiver with the SDR and collecting the data from that 3 receiver. We can train an AI to predict the location of the transmitter. From data to training, data collection is, like I said, gathering the IQ-RF data from the 3 receiver, and then pre-processing because some of the frequency is not received in the other receiver. That means we only accepted the data that received in all the 3 receivers. So if it's like only one receiver able to receive that data, that means it's becoming garbage. We don't use that kind of data. And then we do some data augmentation for the data. We do some we span the data, and also we rotating and also mirroring. So probably it will help the CNN AI to generalize the training. And data packaging. After the data augmentation, we save all the data into NumPy data to be used for the future training. And the AI training, of course. As for the best result, in 2024, in 20 July, we already achieved the main absolute error around 467 meter, and the validation main absolute error did around 526 meter. And after analyzing, and we concluded that this model already have a good accuracy and generally stability, because most of the direction finder these days probably they have an accuracy around 300, maximum 300 and 300 to like sometimes also 100. So I think it's already good enough. For future, probably we can achieve more from this model. We also, from the parameter, we also think that this is not overfitting. It's a good model, and the model complexity is not that big, so we can train it with only one GPU. It's not a big models, and after doing it, repeating doing the training, we have consistency performance. So in the future, probably with more data and a little bit architecture enhancing, probably we can achieve more from this model. For the conclusion, IoT SDR-based radio monitoring frequency and identification radio location with machine learning present a promising solution for Indonesia's challenge. But I think it's not only for Indonesia. Probably if any country want to cooperate and collaboration, we can speak about this in spectrum monitoring. By leveraging the capabilities of IoT and SDR, the proposed system offers more cost-effective. It's about cost, of course, and customizable approach to radio frequency management. Our key findings and recommendations include the IoT SDR as a viable solution. The combination of IoT and SDR provide a flexible, scalable, and cost-effective approach to RF monitoring. Also, the machine learning for enhanced capabilities, the AI can significantly improve the accuracy and efficiency of RF identification and geolocation. And we also have to move to the data-driven approach, because this solution has shown us the potential that data collection and data provision and training is effective for the machine learning models for data-driven approach. And further direction, expanding the deployment of IoT SDR station and further exploring the AI application and RF monitoring are crucial for Indonesia, spectrum management goals, and other countries, of course. Overall, this presentation offers a valuable contribution to the field of RF monitoring and highlight the potential of the IoT and SDR, and also the machine learning technology to address the challenge faced by countries like Indonesia. Thank you. Manaso ban갑습니다.
Thank you for your presentation that provided us with insight in the current situation in Indonesia. Thank you once again. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I think now it is a time for very great coffee break. So please take this opportunity to network, engage in meaningful conversations each other, and also recharging for the subsequent sessions as well. And please take some time to enjoy the exhibitions in the lobby outside. And we will reconvene at 2:50. Thank you.
"5G is powering the fourth industrial revolution and the future of wireless connectivity. InnoWireless is taking the lead in enabling 5G-based hyperconnectivity with cutting-edge network infrastructure and test solutions. InnoWireless is a leading provider of wireless network optimization, test, and measurement, big data analytics, and small cell solutions. QCell Networks is small cell specialized company. Accuver is responsible for global sales and support. QCell Networks and Accuver are affiliates of InnoWireless. We are strategically positioned worldwide to support our customer base. Our early experience in 5G trials has enabled a strong adoption of our solutions to address varied customer needs. With our technical strength and solution readiness, we are at the leading edge of 5G evolution. QCell, our small cell solution provides cost-effective and easy installation that improves capacity and coverage in urban and rural areas with less expenditure than macro cells. Our 5G small cell solution can also be deployed in indoor and outdoor to enhance 5G mobile network operation of carriers. It supports sub-6 and millimeter wave, as well as NSA and SA. With our extensive product portfolio, we had been with long-term cooperation with major carriers and vendors. Our vision is to grow together with our partners, employees, and customers as we seek to connect the world. Make 5G beyond 5G. It's InnoWireless. We make tomorrow's dreams today's reality.
striving for the best technology for people's safety and happiness. Pioneering IT advancements with high tech and innovation. Best quality for safety. Anpum. The fourth industrial revolution, epitomized by AI and big data, is not an exaggeration to say that its core lies in wireless communication. The importance of a clean spectrum environment without illegal interference cannot be overstated. For the efficient utilization of the limited resource of spectrum, an era has emerged where high-precision, high-performance spectrum monitoring equipment is essential. With over 50% of its staffs consisting of highly skilled engineers, Anpum has established itself as the top-tier manufacturer of spectrum monitoring systems in South Korea. Anpum not only serves Central Radio Management Service of South Korea, but also develops and manufactures high-reliability, high-quality equipment for military, airports, and ports. Anpum has deployed 74 fixed spectrum monitoring systems and 12 mobile systems nationwide. Anpum's AMD 720 is developed in accordance with ITUR recommendations, and it can be manufactured in both fixed and mobile configurations. The measurement antennas are subdivided based on system, frequency, and function. The direction-finding antenna is developed with a focus on reception characteristics, stability, and long-term durability. In the mobile system, the same equipment as the fixed configuration is mounted, and the direction-finding antenna is constructed in a radome to be protected from external environmental factors. RAMDA, Anpum's spectrum monitoring software, has various features such as simultaneous multi-operation, coverage measurement, weak signal sensing, and direction finding. With 2 dedicated monitoring channels and 1 direction-finding monitoring hybrid channel, AMD 720 allows for 3 simultaneous multi-operation. Coverage measurement enables real-time signal strength measurements, along with frequency spectrum analysis, while the mobile system is in motion. Through the correlation processing of multi-channel coherent reception signals, it suppresses noise components to detect weak signals. The hybrid direction-finding method, combining AOA and TDOA methods, enhances the accuracy of direction finding. Since 2011, Anpum has expanded its presence into the global market, establishing spectrum monitoring equipment in Asia, America, and Africa. Enhance the quality of spectrum, the core element of the fourth industrial revolution, together with Anpum. Optimize signals. Minimize interference.
Today's society is evolving at a faster rate than ever before, and the advancement of high-tech civilized society has resulted in the gradual expansion of data capacity and transmission speed for more convenient living. Accordingly, wireless communication has established itself as an essential element of human life. In the era of data where advanced technologies, such as remote platform, cloud service, and AI make our everyday life easy and convenient. A company that leads the flow of next-generation wireless communication, Comatech Corporation. In response to the explosive increase of data traffic in the hyper-connected society, such as due to multimedia and social network services, Comatech, as a next-generation network solution provider, provides the 20 gigabits per second ultra-high-speed broadband premium wireless backhaul system and 20 nanoseconds ultra-low latency wireless backhaul system for real-time communication and control. In 1999, when even the term millimeter wave was unfamiliar, Comatech took the first step toward the future, having continuously promoted the development of very high-frequency wireless transmission technology for over 20 years and steadfastly invested in new technologies and facilities. Comatech secured millimeter wave and sub-terahertz measuring equipment and design tools. Based on technological power and expertise built over the years, Comatech internally designs and manufactures its products. As a result of such efforts, Comatech developed the 10 gigabits per second broadband millimeter wave wireless backhaul product, an outcome of the integration between imagination and technology in 2018 for the first time in Korea. Using related technologies, Comatech successfully implemented a national Giga Korea 5G wireless backhaul system project over a period of 3 years from 2018. For 2021, Comatech is working on a 5-year national 6G sub-terahertz project. Comatech's competency in the millimeter wave and sub-terahertz fields is being recognized not only in Korea but all over the world as well. Comatech's millimeter wave broadband wireless backhaul enables large-size data transmission. With capacity of 20 gigabits per second, it is mainly used for the 5G backhaul, mid-haul, front-haul solutions, and smart city projects. The 20 nanoseconds ultra-low latency products with world-best latency performance can be applied to smart factories and financial networks, etc., where real-time large data transmission is required. Currently, it is installed and operated at the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, New York Stock Exchange, and London Stock Exchange. In line with the rapid increase of demand for transmission technology to ensure stable and swift mobile data supply, Comatech is providing products to 26 countries worldwide, mainly the US, UK, Spain, Japan, Australia, and Middle East. A company that leads the 6G terahertz network, the communication of dreams, beyond the 5G hyperconnectivity technologies. Comatech promises to provide customers with the best quality and services by promoting continuous R&D and developing greater expertise. Comatech Corporation.
The unlicensed spectrum is open to everyone. The unlicensed spectrum leads us to a new digital world. Devices that use a particular spectrum of frequency should, in principle, receive government approval or registration. The number of IPTV subscribers in the country has surpassed 20 million, and that number is growing each year. With a wireless backhaul in the 60 gigahertz band, people in remote and mountainous areas can now access IPTV services, high-speed internet, and public Wi-Fi. The previous pilot project used wireless backhaul to deliver high-definition IPTV content to homes within a 250-meter radius. This year, the second-year advanced support project has enhanced wireless backhaul development, enabling communication services with a range of up to 1 kilometer, through group-based expansion. Moreover, the project is boosting the competitiveness of small cable broadcasting stations by reducing the cost of installing and maintaining wired cables.
이번 실정 사업은 저희가 지역에서 만든 지역 소식을 지역 곳곳에 산간 지역에 전할 수 있는 아주 좋은 계기가 되었고 현실적으로 거리로 인해서 저희가 공급하지 못했던 부분이 이번 무선 솔루션으로 인해서 쉽게 전달할 수 있게 되어서 영광으로 생각합니다.
Expanding the supply of unlicensed spectrum will not only improve the quality of our lives, but it will also help to strengthen the South Korean economy and create a self-sustaining community. Thank you.
Welcome back from the break. I hope you have a great time with each other. We now commence the second session focusing on utilization of spectrum technology. In this session, we will cover trends in emerging radio technologies such as AI, big data, anti-drone systems, and later, as well as explore case studies on the utilization of radio spectrum. So we hope you find this information valuable. For the first presentation, Mr. Sang-tae Kim, the CEO of Hura, delivers the presentation titled The Spectrum Big Data and AI Platform for Spectrum Monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you very much for introducing. Good afternoon, everyone. As introduced, my name is Sang-tae Kim, and I am the CEO of Hura Corporation. Hura is very specialized in the radio spectrum monitoring field, especially based on the radio signal processing and the big data AI technologies. Of course, I have participated in the ITR study group 1 for more than 20 years for the development of a standardization for spectrum monitoring and management. Firstly, I am very pleased to have a chance to discuss about the future of spectrum monitoring. The topic is about the paradigm shift of spectrum monitoring in terms of data collection, storage, and data processing technologies. This presentation explains the next generation spectrum monitoring system based on spectrum big data and AI platform. Basically, almost a figure and concept of this presentation is a report from ITR, report SM2542. This is a new report generated this year. And the purpose of this talk is to provide a brief overview of next generation spectrum monitoring based on big data and AI platforms for proactive, autonomous, and data-driven concepts. The picture on the right side is a memorial snapshot after finalizing the ITR report during ITR meeting this year. This new document is firstly developed by submitted by our company and CRMS in Korea, and we co-worked with the TCI USA delegate, and this year we finalized this new concept of spectrum monitoring report. In this talk, I will start with an overview of a brief background knowledge about my topic, and then I will explain the concept of spectrum monitoring based on big data and AI technology analysis. This is almost referenced by ITR new report. And then, lastly, I will present as is a spectrum big data and AI system in Korea. This including our new product and the new technologies also included and presented as a following presentation. As we know, with the development of ICT technologies, the spectrum utilization environment is also changing rapidly in various fields. When the spectrum use was not universal, the regulation of a certain radio station was carried out by only command and control. like that. But however, as it grows into the core ICT infrastructure, spectrum management policy is shifting to market-oriented spectrum use, such as liberalization, flexibility, and spectrum commons. Given these conditions, spectrum monitoring has become a complex task, require grained and dense spectrum usage data across frequency, time, and location. Traditional approaches to spectrum monitoring are not always to provide the density of data requiring to manage today's spectrum. But as discussed at the ITOR meeting, the data-driven spectrum monitoring can detect specific signals even in the case of high density of emitters, like given new radio environment. This slide compared the characteristic of a spectrum big data platform concept with the conventional or traditional spectrum monitoring system. As you can see, conventional spectrum monitoring activities relies on the skill of trained operators. But by using the data-driven spectrum monitoring, aims at less human intervene and autonomous surveillance. Conventional spectrum monitoring has been done with a one-to-one measurement control for each equipment according to a predefined task only. But how to control a lot of equipment and how to measure congested radio environment for nationwide spectrum monitoring. However, with the development of network technology and data processing technologies, the concept of a big data processing platform is becoming more useful. The spectrum big data platform changed the paradigm from just a measurement based on task to an analysis platform for necessary service anytime and any place. In addition, by processing the spectral data independent of a measuring equipment, analysis through the connection between the past data and the present is performed, not just a current measurement. Analysis of a spectrum data focuses on the purpose of spectrum monitoring and measurement by enabling access and analysis in cyberspace regardless of location, frequency range, and time. In the future, automated and autonomous collection and processing is possible regardless of the number of measuring equipment. The spectrum monitoring paradigm means the structure change that enabled the spectrum environment analysis through spectrum processing and accumulated data analysis. This big data-based spectrum monitoring solutions is basically configured by three layer structures, like this figure. As illustrated in this slide, the next generation spectrum monitoring is configured as a collection layer, data storage layer, and the measurement layer. By connection of updated national license database, the system automated and autonomously collect and processing is possible regardless of the measurement equipment. And the information measurement approach augmented by big data and AI technology will result in continuous cataloging of the radio spectrum on a real-time basis. Moreover, at this platform, the several kinds of AI applications also can be used, explained under our right paragraph, like the prediction of analytics and the data mining, and the spectrum utilization, and spectrum efficiency measurement, and spectrum allocation, spectrum users, available spectrum, and interference can be detected by using the AI technologies. This table summarizes just the difference between conventional system and the spectrum big data platform system. It will be possible to establish policy for the entire spectrum band from the visualization of various analysis methods such as temporal, spatial, distribution, comparison of information. For more information details, please refer to the each categorized items. From this slide, I will introduce the spectrum monitoring for the next generation based on spectrum big data and AI, platform. This is almost referenced by ITR report. The spectrum big data platform can extract analysis models such as frequency occupancy, radio noise, radio quality, and interference analysis from the data workspace on the left side, and perform the various can be deployed to various visualization platforms. The utilization of spectrum big data consists of two categories. First one is exploration step. So this means extract meaningful information from just a lot of data. After exploring the many data from the data workspace, so we can get some meaningful information. And the next step is analytic steps. Analytic step visualizes the information through the trend of data and information, and the comparison and the distribution of the information, and spatial analysis, and so on, by using the GIS database, and the national license database can also apply for analysis stage. The data of each base station is processed by central office through the network and the data processing technologies. As you can see, this picture explained about more details for the data standardization. As you can see on the left side, the format of data collecting can be planned by using the information of a national spectrum allocation table or a national license database information. By using that information, we can decide the frequency spectrum gathering plan. For example, from 30 megahertz to 108 megahertz, it is one category for radio stations. So in that case, we can decide some specific parameters for gathering more detailed information. And for the mobile telecommunication frequency regions, we can plan another parameters for gathering the data spectrums. This figure explains about that. And our focus of our big data platform concept is focused on the gathering the FFT data, not just the IQ data, because IQ data is only focused on the same bandwidth. But in this case, we cannot see the whole band of a spectrum environment. So we, instead of gathering the IQ raw data, but at edge of a receiver site, we gather the all frequency band spectrum FFT bins by processing the FFT. And after that, the gathered at this sensor site, FFT bin is gathered at this big data and AI platform. And after that, we can apply the AI technologies and the big data, several kinds of big data analysis like that. The figure shows the data flow and the system configuration of sensing, data preprocessing, storage, and analysis of spectrum big data collected from RF sense. Of course, the big data platform can be implemented with the various open source based big data storage and processing technologies such as Cassandra, and Spark, and Kafka like that, and so on. There are many kinds of solutions. Already explained, the conventional spectrum monitoring, as depicted in the left side, spectrum monitoring is performed independently at defined time and defined frequency for each measurement task at each measurement site. And at the right side, describe the big data platform concept. Spectrum big data processing changed the concept of measurement equipment to that of a sense and perform analysis on all spectrum acquisition without the time, frequency, space constraints for required service. So by using the big data technology, we can sample the all kinds of domains like time, space, spectrum, and another plate means the space domain. For the national spectrum monitoring, the system is covered by a regional central office with a spectrum big data platform for each region. And the requested information can be shared with anyone, anytime, anywhere to provide analysis service. Because there is a very big data, so it is a constraint for gathering all data from all nationwide. So we designed the specific configuration like this by using the central office. This is similar with the communication network, like concentralized radio access network concept. In the future, the spectrum big data platform will be a game changer for automated spectrum measurement through analysis of real-time spectrum and stored historic spectrum data. This slide explains the data flow for AI applications. By using big data and AI training platform, it can provide the real-time data-driven spectrum awareness using RF machine learning method. Already, maybe in Indonesia, I explained about some example for the AI for signal classification and geolocations. Similarly, the AI technology can be applied to identify new and anomalous type of emissions and labeling and automate the data set and the training to identify them when this can be exist at the future, in the future. Previously, I explained the concept of spectrum big data and the AI concept for the next generation spectrum monitoring. This slide also included in the I2R new report, and this is just an example of in Korea for various analysis of spectrum big data in the file system of Korea. The system is now deployed on the 3 sites. And this is just the file system and the UI examples included in I2R report. And this UI analysis result also applied to I2R report. And as you can see, maze analysis spectrum of a data-driven big data spectrum monitoring solution showed about the spectrum occupancy, radio noise, and radio quality, illegal frequency detection for all frequency band and all 3 sites. Anytime you can access to any analysis parameters like the specific time or specific frequency band or specific type of radio stations like that. And this also shows the example of spectrum big data analysis example in Korea. First slide figure shows the spectrum replay analysis. This means the replay of the raw spectrum data when, for example, if we detected some interference or anomaly frequencies. In that case, we should some post-processing and analysis to find the location of the signal. In that case, we should replay the raw data and can helpful for the decide the unknown signals. By using these facilities, you can get data through to raw data and can replay like the black box like that. And the right side show the swing data analysis, so like the interference comparison. For example, this is just a 3 site. If one site can detect some anomaly or interference signal, and then the user can compare with the other side spectrum. This example show that examples like that. And left on the side, the raw spectrum data analysis by data drill-through method. And another example show the spatial analysis and visualization by this data conversion using the national license database with our measured data, result data. And this one is another example for the analysis of frequency occupancy based on the hourly intervals. Each categories means the type of radio stations, like radio stations or telecommunication stations and random mobile stations like that. And after that, we can analyze the trends of frequency occupancy. From this slide, I will show you about the new big data and AI platform of Hura. This figure explains the spectrum monitoring platform of Hura based on big data and AI technology. This project is conducted by the funding of the Ministry of Science and ICT in Korea. And we are focused on the development of a new spectrum monitoring platform that combines the spectrum sensing-based monitoring technology and AI big data technology. This project, including the development of and deploy of optimized spectrum sensors and dynamic collaboration protocols with the conventional system, with the visualization software and AI big data platform also. As you can see, now we are focused on the AI technology. So as depicted in the left side, like the signal decision and the illegal interference signal detection and the geolocation of a signal source by using AI. And the next one is a detection of a new signal or anomalous signal detection. And another one is a searching engine for searching the similar spectrum or environment purpose. This slide shows the configuration example of our big data AI platform and the data processing flows. Big data AI platform is configured with the specific hardware and the software technologies for data sensing, pre-processing of streaming data, and storage and analysis of big data, and finally, visualization stages. This is an integrated platform that stores, processes, and analyzes data collected from multiple spectrum monitoring sensors. This figure on the right side shows the real example of deployed our RAPA sensors. This RAPA sensor is advanced for edge computing. For example, for decide the signal or noise, the signal decision model is employed to this RF sense. And for the noise signal, this RF sensor cannot transfer the spectrum data. Only just for the signals, information can be transferred to big data platform because of the data traffic limits. And the bottom figure showed our data cluster. This is installed in our laboratory, and we are gathering all data from the outdoor RF sensors. And the left side shows the real operating software and the decision of anomaly detection by using the AI technologies. This figure shows an example of automated anomaly interference detection based on big data and AI feature learning. On the left side shows an AI application of a searching engine for similar case list and the replay rollback for case analysis. As you can see at this figure, if by using the AI technologies, so we can detect anomaly signals or interference signals by feature running at the left side, and you can see the alarm for the detection. In that case, next step for the operator is analysis about the classified the signal. In the case, the first thing is searching for the Lex experience. In the case, like the Google search engine, we can search rapidly with a similar picture of normal signals can be listed up from the storage the data. And of course, like a Google searching engine, we can search by hashtag or metadata or calling the comments like that. That is now the AI technologies field of Hura. And the bottom figure showed not just the spectrum searching, but by detection of a normal signal, we can searching for the same picture with the spectrogram data also. This figure is a real system and the operation program of a drone direction finding and a signal identification system using AI technology, as explained with the pre-trained data by using the pre-trained data sets. This figure is a real system and the operation program of a drone direction finding and signal identification system using AI technology, as explained. As you can see, by using AI technology, this system can classify and identify the drone signals protocol. Like, as you can see, the upper over line, DJI or OcuSync and Hapsan, like that, the drone protocol can be identified and classified. And in this system, we combined the AI classification technology and the direction finding technology was combined to show the direction information also displayed on the program. Finally, let me conclude by summarizing the expected benefit of the Spectrum Big Data and AI platform. As explained previously, Spectrum Big Data and AI technology provide autonomous and proactive spectrum monitoring. And as a result, we can get valuable insight for spectrum measurements, as illustrated in this final slide. I hope this new paradigm and the technology shall be a game changer for next generation spectrum monitoring and measurement. Thank you for your attention on my presentation on topic. Thank you.
And thank you very much for your valuable presentation. And we learned about a lot of Hura at this moment. Thank you once again. Now, let's move on to the second presentation. The Mr. Yoon-gu Choi, Marketing Director of Samjung Solution, delivers a presentation titled The Development of Anti-Drone Solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everybody. I introduce myself to you. My name is Yoon-gu Choi, Director of Samjung Solution. First, I introduce my company. My company is Counter UAS Solution, anti-drone solution. We are frequency blocking technology. We have 50 intellectual property, and we have 7 innovative products and 1 excellent product by public procurement service, government office. I am very thankful for CRMS and RAPA for this opportunity. This is good opportunity. We want to export our product. I start my PPT. Content, what is drone? Development of anti-drone solution. What is drone? Flying corrective name for amended air vehicle, external control or internal onboard program, UAV or UAS. Use of drone benefit search and rescue in air that are difficult for people to go in person, leisure or hobby activity, agriculture, delivery, labor. Negative points, illegal, filming of one's private life, association of terrorism, self-destructive terrorism. Real states of drone threat, protect from war, VIP terrorism, and threat to national critical facility. First case, Washington Post, Russia and Ukraine fighting the first full-scale drone war. Second, BBC News, Venezuela President Maduro survived drone assassination attempt. Last case, New York Times, 2 major Saudi oil installations hit by drone strike. What is anti-drone technology? Technology to detection, identification, neutralization from illegal drone. Second, recently research has been actively conducted to integrate 2 or more technology into one system by AI technology. Last, equipment, detection, radar, scanner, EOIR camera, identification, neutralization, jammer. Anti-drone system, 1 portable system, second mobile system, last regional defense system. Anti-drone product, detection, radar, RF scanner, identification, EO/IR camera, RF scanner, neutralization, portable fixed vehicle type jammer. Third, detection, identification technology of illegal drone. 1. Drone detection radar. First, equipment that detects reflected wave reflected by the target by firing electromagnetic waves and determine the distance of the target by the time the transmitted electromagnetic wave has been reflected. Second, the direction is measured by the angle of direction received by narrowing the beam width of radar antenna. 2. Pulse radar used mostly for anti-aircraft purpose. In the early day, used for long distance over 10 km. Second, transmit in pulse form to avoid mixing of reflected and transmitted wave. The shorter the pulse width, the better the resolution for 2 or more reflectors. Third, the short pulse width should lower the average output of transmission wave and increase the output of transmission wave during long distance detection. 3. FMCW, frequency modulated continuous wave radar. First, FMCW radar changed the frequency of transmission signal over time so that the frequency of transmission signal and the reception signal in the space are different at a specific time period. Second, since the FMCW signal is a continuous wave, the average power is high, so small drone with a small radar cross-section can be measured. Third, since it is drone flying at a low altitude, information are needed reflect with a fixed background around it should be removed during image processing. 4. Doppler radar. First, using the Doppler effect, it detects the Doppler frequency at which signal reflected from the moving object is frequency transferred. Second, since the fixed surrounding reflector is not detected, confusion in the surrounding background can be prevented when detecting a drone flying at a low altitude. Third, it is necessary to distinguish and identify similar flying objects such as algae or moving objects close to the surface. RF scanner. 1. After receiving and analyzing electromagnetic signal and drone virus signal, identify the location of signal source and relevant information. Second, when receiving a target signal, if you know the communication method, modulation and demodulation method of the signal, you may demodulate the signal to identify the location and activity detail of target. Third, when the target drone is commercial drone, information may be identified in advance so that desired goal may be easily obtained by utilizing information stored in big data. EIR camera, 1, day and night tracking, detection, and identification. Second, it is common to link the pulse radar detection, track it, and send the image to the center. Last, include pen tilts for smooth tracking. Right side, upper photo is daytime EIR camera. Below is nighttime IR camera. Neutralization technology of illegal drone, passive response. How to keep drone out of dangerous area. Second, acute confusion in the navigation used by drone or does not receive control signal from external operators, resulting in confusion in the location and price direction of target point using jammer or GNSS spoofer. Third, if navigation disrupted occur, most drone perform one of three: hovering, back home, crash. Most of drone hovering 5 minutes after crash. Active response, how to capture or destroy drone. Second, capture using net gun or using well-trained bird. Third, destroy drone using laser guns or guns. Passive response jammer, or typical passive response method is using jammer. Second, representative navigation satellite include GPS in the United States, GLONASS in Russia, Galileo in European Union, and Baidu in China, and their frequency bands are distributed in range of 1,164 MHz to 1,610 MHz. Third, general commercial drone control signal and data transmission and reception. The signal use the 2.4 and 5.8 GHz band in the ISM band, while European and North America use 433 and 8,000 MHz. Portable time, jammer, 1, portable time. Second is rifle attaching time, ideal time, soft kill and hard kill, possible. Third, integrated time. It is antenna, main body, battery is one body. Movable type jammer, 1, hybrid type, fixed or vehicle type. 2 type possible. Second, drone mounted jammer. Third, vehicle type jammer. Fixed type jammer, outdoor high power jammer, indoor high power jammer, broadband high power jammer. Broadband jammer is all frequency blocking. Example of vehicle type, camera, antenna, control box, UPS, AMP. Example of air defense anti-drone system. This system consists of detection and identification equipment, radar, EIR camera, and neutralization jammer on each 3 or 4 units. Passive response GNSS spoofer. First, it generates a deceptive signal from the data of illegal illusion drone measured from detection identification equipment and accurate GPS satellite signal around it and emit a GPS deceptive signal to drone so that signal larger than signals from satellite and are detected by the drone. Second, if the current location of satellite and transmission signal time information are incorrect, among satellite signal, the distance is calculated differently and location is misrecognized. Third, among the GNSS receptor, GPS receptor is most active. Active response, netgun, eagle training. First, netgun is device, then fire net to capture and shut down drone a safe, effective way. Disable drone without causing unnecessary damage. For the accuracy of capture, the net gun is mainly mounted on the drone to get close to the target and then fire the net toward the target to capture it. If an illegal intrusion drone is larger than a drone equipped with a net, capture is very hard. Second, when training birds of prey are used first time, training of birds of prey require time and drone larger than birds may not be captured. The capture success rate is very low and effect is small. Scene of using a net gun, first illegal drone appear, next drone equipped with a net gun close to illegal drone and launch net gun or drone capture in a net. Active response using laser anti-aircraft gun. First, recently, it has been actively studied as an equipment to apply to downing of UAV. Second, National Defense Research Institute has recently completed the test by developing Block 1 as an equipment to respond to North Korea drone. Third, the result of an experiment that accurately hit and shot down a drone several kilometers away at a cost of about 2,000 won per launch, about $1.50. Development anti-drone solution. Step 1, net capture, eagle training, rifle strike. Step 2, portable gun, radar, UIR camera, single mission equipment. Now, step 3, detection, radar, RF scanner, identification, EIR camera, neutralization, jammer, integrated system. Development anti-drone solution. First, use soft-defined radio technology. Second, use artificial intelligence technology. Third, use big data technology. Last, use cryptographic technology or convergence technology. This is mostly use AI technology. You recommend it? This is my website and contact. I think our company want anti-drone. Our company dream anti-drone dome like Israel Iron Dome. Our dream is safety Korea, safety world. We want work with you. Thank you very much. I think professional announcer short the speech. I speech 4 minutes shorter. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your informative presentation, also very humorable in presentation. And thank you once again. And next, this is the last presentation of session 2. The Mr. Yong-jae Kim, the CTO of Smart Radar System, delivers a presentation titled Digital Transformation by 4D AI Imaging Radar. Ladies and gentlemen, please give him with a big round of applause.
Yeah, this is Yong-jae Kim. Yeah, thank you for inviting me here. Yeah, I'm very glad to be here to present our radar sensor for your application. So thank you, Mr. Choi. You have your time for explaining the radar before me. Yeah, thank you. But by the way, I'd like to focus a little more about the radar itself. So radar, it's radio detection and ranging. So we are talking about the radar here, radio here, but the radar is just utilizing radio signal to detect and ranging targets like airplane or vehicles and people or anything. So basically, I think you are very familiar about the radar itself, like a very big antenna, like that image. So usually you see some in the movies, the big antenna can move like this way and that way to detect something in the air. So that's the radar. And the technology is already well developed from the Second World War. So it already over 50 years about the radar development. But today I'd like to focus in the specialized frequency bands like millimeter wave band. So here you can see the diagram from the 30 gigahertz to the 300 gigahertz. Actually, that frequency has the wavelengths with the millimeter level, like 10 millimeter and up to 1 millimeter. That means the wavelength is very small. So if we can analyze that wavelength very intelligently, then we can understand the situation very smartly. So, for example, the 60 gigahertz, the wavelength is around 5 millimeter, and we can use the frequency band to detect the objects inside this room, like this one. So we can detect your movement, and we can detect some object movement here. And also, I think you are very familiar about the automotive radar. So usually they use 77 gigahertz frequency band. But in Korea, we can utilize several different frequency bands for radar itself. But today, I'd like to focus on the two frequency bands from the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yeah, 57 to 66. That's for the unlicensed usage. So that means we can use basically freely to your own application uses. And for the 76 to 81 gigahertz, it's already well-defined usage. The first one is for the automotive radar, and the second one is level meter. So those two usages are globally well recognized, but thanks to the Korean government, here we can specially used for the object detection usage in that frequency band. Our company name is Smart Radar System. So basically, we are just working on radar system itself. Yeah. And the most important use case for our radar sensor is for automotive. So we are a very small startup company, like 7 years old, but we need to fight against the very big companies like Continental in Germany, Bosch in Germany, Aptiv in US. So we need to compete with our technology against our competitors. But thanks to our engineers' effort, we could get a very competitive technology result up to now. So we are very good at automotive radar right now. Actually, the core technology of our company is to design antenna to increase the angular resolution based on the sparse antenna already designed. And also, we developed our own signal processing engine on top of the embedded system itself. So basically, we can make products. I'd like to focus on our 4D imaging radar first. So left one, I think the picture is very weird, but currently, most of automotive radar, it works very well. So it can just detect the vehicles in front of me. So if he can find the vehicle is too close, then my vehicle can just stop to prevent the collision accident. But the problem for now is automotive radar, usually the cost itself is very low. So against the big radar in the previous slide, they can move like this way, thanks to the mechanical scanning structure. But the automotive radar, it should be very small, and there should be no mechanical scanning mechanism. So just to see through in front of the radar itself. That means it's very difficult to understand the situation in front. Like there is a traffic sign, like 5 meters above from the ground. But sometimes current automotive radar has some difficulty to understand the height of the traffic sign itself. So sometimes it can be very stupid, but the radar sensor can report, oh, there is a traffic sign just under the ground, just on the ground itself. So even though there is no object on the ground in front of me, sometimes vehicle just stops. So we call it phantom braking. Very stupid symptom, but that's the problem of current automotive radar. That's why we developed 4D imaging radar, the right side. So on the right side, you can see some dots with the different colors. So red dot means the object is 5 meters above, and blue dot is just ground itself. And different color means different height of the target itself. So that means our 4D image radar can understand the situation around the vehicle with height information. And based on that kind of different colored points, we can abstract the target's movement in front of me. So we can, on the bottom side, you can see there is some green box. That means the vehicle in front of me. So I have some enough space to the vehicle in front of me. So I'm safe. So basically, our target is to provide the best performance radar comparing to the current automotive radar. But the price of our 4D image radar should be very lower than the LiDAR sensor itself. That's why we are doing this business. And this one is for some use case. So our vehicle is just to stop in front of the intersection, and maybe some problem. Also, there is people walking the crossroad, and here you can see the dots moving with different colors. That means when people move, the head is shaking, and my hand is shaking, a leg and body shaking with different colors. So we can make those point clouds input to the very simple AI machine. So that means even though it looks like very weird for your eyes, but our computer, AI computer, can effectively understand the situation in front of me. So our 4D image radar plus AI computer is a very good combination of the intelligence of the autonomous vehicle. And that's for the automotive radar case. But thanks to the Korean government, we can utilize that same frequency band for the monitoring of the situation indoor case. So like this one. So left one, you can see some white box. That's the very same one for the automotive radar, but the different antenna structure to make the wide field of view for the horizontal and vertical side. And our engineers move, but you can see the point cloud, very weird, yeah, but the different color means still different height information. So basically, we can see, oh, there is something inside the room moving with different heights, right? And there is some kind of small AI brain inside the box, and then just receive all the different points of clouds, and the AI engine can understand the situation inside. Oh, there is 5 people is sitting and lying and standing. So we can basically understand the situation inside in the room. But the best point is we do not use camera. We just use the radar itself. So that means there is no weak point of the privacy problem. So we can just preserve your privacy, but we can still understand the situation inside. So, for example, if there's some elderly people in a room, and if it's not moving, here. So if the elderly people fall down suddenly, then we can detect, oh, there is some problem, so you need to go see. So basically, with just the same technology of automotive radar, we can utilize to monitor inside the indoor situation with just preserving the privacy. And we talked with medical doctors about our sensors, our technology, and they just recommended us. It's moving. Here, come on. Oh, yeah. So the medical doctors recommended us to utilize our radar sensor to monitor the continuous behavior of their patients. So sometimes they need some kind of some kind of training. So, but here you can see our engineer is doing some Tai Chi gestures. I don't know what it is, but anyway, we can understand the continuous situation also. So here you can see I don't know what it is, but it's just one type of the Tai Chi gesture. So this technology can be used for the medical institutions and or some kind of train stations. So just to understand the situation. And also we can utilize that same technology for monitoring the traffic system. So that one is also utilized in Korean sites. So basically we can see the movement of the vehicles, and we can just understand the height of the vehicle. So we can classify it's a very small vehicle or it's a very big vehicle. So we can also see the speed. So we can detect the speed violation, and also we can detect the number of vehicles are waiting for one side. So we can control the traffic signal to make the traffic jam as low as possible. And another use case is for the level meter. That's one specific application usage for automotive radar frequency band. But this one is very different. Basically, that level meter, usually, most of the level meter is very big, right, like this way. But that one is very small, compact enough, so we can put our level meter sensor between the tank in the lower picture. So basically, we can measure the level of the liquid. So it's very simple. But the issue is, if the liquid is very expensive, like ultra pure raw water for the semiconductor process, or some kind of oil, then it's very valuable. So we need to monitor that level of liquid itself. And our radar sensor also use the GPS and satellite communication module. So that means basically we can provide the asset management for the worldwide level. So yeah, radar sensor is very simple, just to transmit signal and receive the signal reflected from the target, and we can measure the distance, we can measure the speed of the target, we can measure the angle of the target, like horizontal or vertical. So very simple sensor. But we can utilize our radar sensor for the many cases of use cases in different industries. Yeah, drone, yeah, very good uses. So nowadays, many companies want to utilize their drone to for the different usages. But one problem is, like the left side picture, there is sometimes the electric power line in the air, and drone sometimes collide with the power line itself. But the problem is camera sensor and LiDAR sensor, very difficult to detect that kind of small power line. But as you know, radar just uses the RF signal. There is no room to hide the power line. So it's very good for the detect power line from the drone point of view. And also for the drone delivery system, that means drone delivery system should deliver package to the customer's home, but without any problem, right? Like collide with the ground or house is very difficult situation, right? So by utilizing our radar sensor, they can avoid that kind of collision. And this one is a very specialized use case. It's for the anti-drone company for our customer in US. And basically, our 4D image radar sensor can be attached to the anti-drone system itself. And then that one just to move fast to collide with drone itself. It's a very good use case for our 4D imaging radar. And radar is very simple and very cost-effective, so you can use it very easily. Like a subway station very near from here, subway station line 9, Gilboa Tower area. You can see the toilet. You can see our radar sensor installed on top of the ceiling itself. So basically, we can monitor this restroom is occupied or not, and this restroom is occupied too long, like 15 minutes or 30 minutes, something like that. Also, we can see there is some emergency situation, like falling down people. So in the case, some guy can go to the restroom to rescue the people. So very simple, but very good one for the safety. And the left picture on top, upper side, there is an air conditioner. So we are working with the consumer electric air conditioning company. Our radar sensor can detect where is the people inside the room. So that means we can monitor the situation. We can change the flow itself. And also we can understand there is no people inside the room. So that means we can just turn off the air conditioning so to save the power. So that is very critical for this kind of energy crisis. And also for the elevator case, our radar sensor can be installed on top of the elevator door. So that one is, if you have a lot of luggages, your two hands all locked. So there is no more hand to push the button itself, right? So in that case, our radar sensor can detect your situation, and then just thanks to the AI service, you can answer the question, oh, I want to go to the floor 9, something like that. Then you don't need to use your hand. And also, we are working with a US company to install our radar sensor to school bus system. So basically, our objective is to prevent the accident from the outside of the school bus and also the inside the school bus. So very simple case, but thanks to those radar sensors, we can save people. Yeah, so radar is very simple, but thanks to the 4D image radar and the AI, we can think about the very different use cases. So if you have your own use case based on our radar sensor, then I think we can work together. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time today.
And thank you very much for your valuable presentation. And it was the last presentation of the session 2. So now we commence the third session focusing on international cooperation. For the first presentation, the PhD Dr. Dong-min Im, the Center for International Cooperation Research, Korea Information Society Development Institute. He delivers his presentation titled The Support Measures for ICT Innovation in Key Cooperation Countries. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
네. 네, 안녕하세요.
Hello everyone. I'm Dong-min Lee from KISD. And this KISD is established by the government in order to make studies and research on IT. So the title that I'm going to cover today is Support Measures for ICT Innovation in Key Cooperation Countries. And out of ODA programs that are done by KISD, let me just elaborate on some of the programs that are focusing on spectrum management and also talk about its consequences and implications. Let me just briefly tell you about our ICT experience. From 1970s to 1990s, we have worked on CDMA development and also progress of ICT, and we have witnessed a lot of remarkable progress of ICT, and it's been less than 40 years. So we have achieved such remarkable growth in a short period of time. So our remarkable progress has been highly appreciated worldwide, and many countries are following after us to benchmark our success. So in response to this, for co-prosperity, Korea's expertise and knowledge and experience are about to be shared in terms of the ODA project. So as a consequence, the Ministry of Science and ICT has been involved in many different type of ICT development and consultation programs. And KISD has taken part in the ICT cooperation towards prosperity programs. And it also started to do the ICT policy consultation. And KISD, Korea Information Society Development Institute, was established in 1985, and it is supporting better decision-making of the government and also market participants by providing response strategies and solutions. And this is how our programs have been established and developed from 2002 and up until now. At the beginning in 2002, our ICT development program was started in the format of workshop. And in 2004, it established its official framework as a formal policy consultation. And in 2017, we started to send the experts in this field. And also in 2014, in order to enhance regional expertise, we established a cooperative network with other multilateral banks. And also, we worked some policies to consolidate our research methodology. And in 2018, in order to enhance our performance, we divided our programs into 4 different types, from type 1 to type 4. So we decided to focus on some of the priorities and key features. And from 2021, we decided to encourage further participation from private sectors and also share most updated trends. So our projects was started from 2002, and this is the list of countries that we have worked together. So far, we work together with 30 countries, and we have been involved in more than 100 projects. And out of them, 77 was related to policy consultations, and 26 was related to expert sending programs. And related to the spectrum management, out of 77 policy consultation, there were 17 policy consultation related to spectrum management. So when I put it into the statistics, it accounts for 22%. So from 2002, this is the project that we did in 2002. And this is what we did from 2004 to 2006. And 2007, 8, and 9. And you can see the spectrum management project in 2008 in Kazakhstan. And 2010 and 2011, as you can see, the spectrum management consultation had been done once a year, and that was the case for 2012 and 13. 14, 15, the pink square is the one that is focusing on spectrum management, and 16 and 17, and 18 and 19. And 20, 21, and 22. So as you can see, there were some spectrum management. However, from last year, you can't see the word spectrum management. However, what we can see here is Ghana's ICT 480 is also related to spectrum management. And in 2024, in the Ghana project, there's also 5G public network. And in Peru, you can see the developing 5G private network and vertical industries. So this is also related to spectrum management. So when you look into our development consultation program, if we can get some kind of implications, in the early 2000s, as you can see on the far left, most of them were related to connectivity. So security, usage, and loads. So we divided into 4 different categories. And at the middle, you can see the green line, which is related to digital economy. And this topic was newly emerged. But it doesn't mean that its presence has been high. And even though the presence have been a little bit lower, but still the connectivity accounts for the most part. And in 2016, the connectivity also increased and digital economy also increased together. So to put in a nutshell, recently, instead of using the word spectrum management, most of the topic is about 5G management. And 5G private network are another topic that we often use. So recently, these are the trends that we can see nowadays. And one of the key features here is, let me take an example of Peru. So this year's main topic of Peru is private 5G. And I think this can give some kind of implications to many countries around the world. And in August, we went to Peru to do some demand survey. And other general ministries and companies do not have some clear recognition about 5G network. They know what it is, and they also have some plan to build this private network. However, when we ask them a deep question, they already set up this type of 5G network in a high-need area, such as mines and ports. So 5G private network service was already launched, and its format was driven by MNOs and also small telecommunication operators in the region. And MNOs provide B2B service, and rural small operators are providing services with the support from MNOs. So without the MNO support, they cannot provide service. So ports and mines, without spending a lot of money, only by setting up some basic 5G network, they can receive a lot of help and support. So this service was first launched in high demand area. So MNOs and non-MNOs keep saying that they are all using the 3.5 gigahertz band, and they both want wide bandwidth spectrum. Since 3.5 gigahertz band, when we did some similar project on policy advice to Peru last year, this is what we also recommended last year. However, in order to take that into action, it requires some kind of other conditions should be met, including regulations, compensations, and legal grounds. So they continue to want some broadband and wide bandwidth spectrum, and MNOs insist that they are the one that they can provide services, while rural small operators keep saying that they also need their own broadband spectrum and also be allowed to provide services. So for that reason, they need both MNOs and RSOs need to make a compromise between the two. So I just put the current conditions of Peru into one slide. I think the situation can give some lessons to other developing countries. So Peru has worked very hard to spread the mobile broadband. And as you can see on the left bottom side, the red bar is the possible ratio of using mobile broadband. And in 2015, it was 55%. In 2017, it becomes 71%. However, ever since 2017%, they cannot increase further than that. So Peru is 12 times larger than South Korea, and it has a high Andean mountain and also near to Amazon, and it also has some desert. So they are dividing their region into 100,000 cities, and out of them, the cities less than 200 populations are more than 7,000. So their population density is very low. So at the beginning, we could speed up from 2015 to 2017. However, due to low population density, we cannot speed it up further. And this still remains very challenge, and it is really hard to deploy the fiber optics inside Amazon and also inside the Andean mountains. Actually, this cannot be completed in a short period of time. And as UN set SDG as its main goal, so in order to achieve this target, we need some tangible and concrete sustainable support to achieve this goal. So for Peru, in order to achieve some sustainable support, as you can see here, it established some competition policies and also established the spectrum policies. And biggest feature here is to establish the subsidies policies, especially for the rural area. And last, it is also set up the policies to share infrastructure. So at this moment, Peru has 4 private telecommunication operators, and its frequency also keep competitive. And in order to provide universal services, they also set up the subsidy policy as well. And at the same time, in terms of sharing the facilities, in most countries, MORA and also frequency sharing has not been done. And MORA can be only shared. However, based on our advisory results, even MOCN frequency can be shared based on its legal foundation. And that was done based on our recommendation as well. And they also laid the legal foundation to that end. And as a result, they put the priority to expand the coverage of mobile broadband. And they even consider about social values. So they set 9 different issues, and depending on the topic, they set up the policy measures. And for Peru, we set the order. The top priority remains the assignation of subsidies for providing the universal services. So let me just briefly tell you about the universal service of Peru. As I mentioned before, in the rural area, its population density is very low, so it requires a lot of money. And also the number of subscribers are very low. So it cannot be, this region cannot be driven by the private market competitors. So they need a lot of funds, financial support. So by setting up the subsidy funds, Universal Service Fund was established. And with this fund, and the main source come from uh, 1% of revenues from the telecommunications operators, and the second part is spectrum auction revenue, which also channel into the subsidy funds. And the other one is loans and grants of multilateral development banks such as World Bank and IDB with low interest rates. So as you can see here, any part that requires high costs, subsidies are provided. And one of the key features here is that the frequency auction, in principle, aims to eliminate any information asymmetry and also generate the maximum value of the market. So that is the ultimate goal of subsidy policy. However, nowadays, even though I'm going to elaborate further on auction market later on, however, instead of coming up with the highest bidding price, they are asking the competitors to come up with the bidding price, and the lowest bidding price can be often won. So that's how the frequency auction is made. And if this is efficiently managed, this might turn out to be more effective than before. So as just mentioned before, let me just tell you about what has been changed in the spectrum auction. In the 3G, as you can see on the bottom part, there had been a lot of new entrants. So incumbents can be easily accessed from the market if they cannot win the bid. So the most important part is whether to survive in the market or not. So getting the operating license in the market was the most critical part of the previous auction. However, from LTE era, the market has become more stabilized. There are 3 or 4 operators, and with a great competition, in order to keep the market, the government considered more about stability. So as a result, in the 3G auction, the bidding starting price started to be very low, but the winning price turned out to be very high. But in the LTE, since there is a very few competition, they can even get win on the first round. So the most important part is set the right starting price. So as I mentioned before, in order to expand the coverage for developing countries, getting the biggest profits from the auction is also important, but the government is taking the initiative to run this fund. However, the rural area is totally different, and the regional operators have their own competitive edge, and only the operators who is willing to expand their coverage in that area can win the auction. And the second implications is that, that's what I just covered before. And the last part is, another concern that we have is, in order to expand the coverage, foreign capital from foreign investors is highly required. And in that case, we need to think about what will be the most appropriate number of SOEs or government-owned public organization. However, if there are more and more government public organization, private companies are concerned about any biased policies toward that government public organization. However, in terms of industrial policies, this public organization can serve as a great strength. In case of Ecuador, the LTE spectrum was first given, and they trigger some competition in the market, so LTE can be well established and deployed in the country. So if the roles and responsibilities of public organization remain clear, that will be okay. However, if that's not the case, this can trigger a lot of side effects. And this is about the quantitative analysis based on the government revenues. When we put the private companies, not only the concession fee, but also the spectrum charge or spectrum auction or whatever, government can collect a lot of revenues from them. So 1% of the annual revenues from telecommunication carrier need to be paid to the government, and VAT, corporate income tax, and personal income tax. If we combine 1 and 2, this will serve as the government revenue from private companies. However, if there's only public-owned public enterprises, a portion of retained earnings can be secured, and if that's the case, we need to compare which revenue turned out to be bigger, 1 plus 2 or number 3. So after making a comparison, it might be better for the government to make a decision in a way to expand their revenue. So this is the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Your very insightful presentation. And now let's move on to the second presentation time. And Ms. Chuni Lee, Assistant Director of National Radio Research Agency, delivers her presentation titled The Conformity Assessment Scheme and Current MRA Status of Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please give her with a big round of applause.
안녕하십니까. Hello. I am Lee Chun-hee from RRA, and I'm in charge of MRA there. And I am very happy to see you all at the Global Spectrum Management Forum 2024, and I would like to thank CRMS and RAPA and CRM members for organizing this event. So this is our building. And we see the office building and also the lab building, and we also have the EMC building there as well, and I am working at the office building. So now I would like to deliver my presentation on conformity assessment in Korea and also the MRA status. So my table of contents, the first part is going to be introduction of RRA, and second part conformity assessment scheme, and third part current MRA status in Korea. So what is RRA? So RRA is established in 1966 with the aim of boosting the radio research in Korea. And in 1968, we started type approval for radio equipment work. And in 2011, we reorganized as National Radio Research Agency. And in 2014, we were relocated to Daju from Seoul based on the policy that was to boost balanced development of the country. And in 2016, we celebrated the 50th anniversary. And we see the two pictures in the bottom. We see the opening ceremony back in 1966, and after the relocation, the new building was built in 2014. So between the two time frames, you'll be able to see how big a change has happened over time. So the RRA has been under the MSIT, and we have 6 divisions in the headquarters, and we also have the CCAC, which is Communications Conformity Assessment Center. And CCAC is both the certification body and a test body. And let me introduce the structure of our organization. We have the Director General at the top, and we have 6 divisions and 1 branch. And I come from the ICT Conformity Assessment Division. And there we look at the conformity assessment scheme, and we also manage the testing bodies, and we also manage the MRA and also the testing bodies for the MRA. And next, let me introduce the facilities that we have. So as you saw in the earlier picture, we do have the lab building. So there we have these testing facilities. We have the electromagnetic interference shield room and EMS shield room, and also electromagnetic reverberation shield room. And we also have other types of equipment at that lab building. And next, conformity assessment scheme in Korea. This is the history of the conformity assessment scheme in Korea. So in 1968, we introduced the type official approval of radio equipment, and in 2002, we started checking the harm that the electromagnetic field can have to the human body. And in 2011, we introduced the conformity assessment scheme, and there we had 3 categories: certification, registration, and interim certification. And in 2012, the EMC and electric safety have been separated as part of the regulation. And in 2017, the adoption of EMF started. And in 2024, we made some changes to the conformity assessment scheme, and we added 1 more category there, which is self-conformity. And let me cover the reformation of certification scheme. So what we have to do is to introduce the conformity scheme that is at the same level with what the FTA counterparties have for the sake of negotiations. And we also need to respond to the use of convergence devices as well. And before 2011, we were classifying the type approval categories based on the purposes, and those were, so for the vessels, for example, they were categorized a certain way, and for the devices that were used by the general public, that was categorized in some other ways. But then after 2024, we actually changed the standard that would be based on the how harmful the impact of the wave can have on the human body. So we made 3 categories for it: conformity certification, conformity registration, and interim class certification. But then after we made the changes to the scheme, we added 1 more category, which is self-conformity. So conformity assessment scheme in Korea has 4 different categories, as I mentioned earlier. So let me first touch upon the first one, which is certification. So if the equipment is causing radio interference or harmful effects on the human body, and if it is affecting the telecommunications network in a grave manner, then that will need to be tested in a designated testing lab, and then the certification will be given. And the mobile phone would be a good example of what should be certified through the certification scheme. And when it comes to the registration level, these are the devices that have less of an impact on radio interference or harmful effect on the human body. And the personal laptops or the monitors and the desktops would be the examples that fall into the registration scheme. And as for the self-conformity, the type of equipment that is causing a lot less impact on radio interference or harmful effects compared to the certification or the registration are the type of equipment that fall into this category. And the last type is interim certification. And if the new equipment doesn't have any sort of new harm to the human body or to the radio spectrum environment, and if it is completely new, then it would be considered interim certified. And then when the overall process is set up, then it will be certified officially afterwards. Let me go through one by one. So as for the certification procedure, applicant will need to prepare 6 different types of documents for the submission, and it will be submitted to the CCAC, which is the certification body. There, the review of the application form will be done, and the screening of the documents will be done, and the validity of the testing results will be also reviewed there. And within 5 days of submission, the certificate would be issued to the applicant if they pass the bar, and the result will be announced in the official gazette. And the next is the procedure on the registration type. So once the applicant submits the form, the registration would be done almost immediately, and the result will be announced in the official gazette as well. And the self-conformity is something that will be taking effect quite soon, and the type of equipment that has low likelihood of affecting the radio interference or the human body or impose harm to the human body, they can go through this process. So they can check their own conformity themselves, and then the results would be disclosed at the website, and that is it. And the next one is the conformity assessment marking. So there were different standards or the different labels that were used for the conformity assessment, but that was all consolidated into one, which is KC mark. So KC mark should be used for the items that are approved. And the identification number along with the KC mark should be highlighted in the label. And the next one is the conformity assessment fee. So conformity certification and registration, we are taking 165,000 won, and for the conformity registration, it is 55,000 won. If you are familiar with the level of fees in overseas countries, you can see that in Korea, the price is a lot lower than the other countries. I'm not sure whether you felt it, but the amount of fees that they have to pay is quite low. And next, let me go into the separate regulations on EMC and electric safety. So before 2012, it was separated by product item, but then after that, it is started to be separated by technical regulation. So before 2012, if you are looking at the electrical appliances, that was governed by KATS, and the broadcasting communication equipment was governed by RRA. So this has changed after 2012. For the electronic appliances and also the broadcasting and communications equipment, all the safety elements would be governed by KATS, and all the EMC related elements would be governed by RRA. So the regulator have taken on different roles. And next, some functions that are played by different bodies. The Ministry of Science and ICT is the regulatory authority, and RRA is working on accreditation and designation. And CCAC is a certification body, as I mentioned earlier, and we have 52 designated testing labs for the conformity assessment purposes. And next is the third topic that I would cover, which is the current MRA status of Korea. During the break, I met with the delegation members, and many of them were not familiar with this concept, so please pay attention to this presentation, and if you have any contact that you have about the MRA person in charge at your country, then please share my contact with them so that we can communicate. So MRA is an agreement between two or more parties to recognize test results or certificates issued by exporting parties CAB. So the testing results or the certification would be recognized by the other party, and that doesn't require them to be completely identical. And we signed the phase 1 of MRA with Indonesia quite recently, so let me give you an example of Indonesia and Korea here. So if a Korean company is making an export to Indonesia, then they would apply for SNI, which is an Indonesian standard, and they will be conducting the tests in Korea using the standards that are used by SNI. And then that would be tested in Korea and exported to Indonesia. And for the Indonesian companies that are trying to export to Korea, what they do is to apply the KC standards when they're doing the testing, and then they will be able to export the items that are tested based on the KC standard in Indonesia to South Korea without additional layers. So if you conduct a test within your country using the exporting counterparties standards, then that can be exported to the particular country. That is the gist of the phase 1. So with between Canada and Korea, we have the second phase of MRA. So let me elaborate on this a bit further. So the Korean products that are being exported to Canada. In that case, before MRA, the Korean-made product had to be tested and certified in Canada before it reaches the market. But when you go into the phase 1 of MRA, then the testing can be done in Korea, and only certification is required at Canada before it reaches the market. But then if the MRA reaches the second phase, then the manufacturing, testing, and certification stages can all be done in Korea, and that can immediately reach the market in Canada. So this is a very convenient scheme. And next is the benefits of MRA. So the costs that are incurred related to testing and approval can be reduced significantly, and the time to market can be significantly reduced, and the products do not require additional testing at the importing country. And for the phase 2, that will be possible, and the regulators will be able to focus on reviewing and approving the applications without having to spend too much time on certifying the products that are being imported there. And we have such MRA partners, as you can see on this slide. We have Canada as a phase 2 partner, and USA, Vietnam, Chile, Indonesia, EU, and UK as phase 1 partners. MRA testing laboratories. So the top table shows you the CABs designated by MRA partners and recognized by Korea. So the type of testing bodies that we can use for the purpose of MRA, we have 81 in USA, 11 in Canada, 33 in the UK, and 285 in the EU. So a total of 410 labs outside of Korea can conduct the tests with the Korean standard. And on the bottom, I have laid out the Korean CABs that are recognized by the MRA partners. The USA recognized CABs, we have, testing labs, we have 40 of them. And for Canada, we have 29, for Vietnam, 16, etc., etc. All this information is uploaded and updated in our website in real time. So that is helping us to bring down the unnecessary barrier for trade, and we are able to promote the mutual benefits of the countries that are engaged in the transaction. And Korea is supporting the scheme actively, and we are sharing our lessons learned with the MRA partners out there. So for the MRA partners, potential MRA partners that are interested, I hope you reach out to us. The technical standards being different between the two countries is not exactly a hurdle in the MRA, so please always reach out to us. And I have prepared a list of websites that you can check, where you can check the Korean guidelines and so forth. So please make use of it when you need them. And this is it for my presentation. And the little mascot, the character that you see here is what we use at the RRA. And I hope you can remember us in a fond way using this cute character. And I hope you have great memories in the remainder of your stay. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing your presentation with us. Thank you once again. Well, this marks our final presentation for today. The Dr. Yong-jun Jung, the Director of Radio and Broadcasting Standardization Department, a Telecommunications Technology Association, will deliver his presentation titled ITUR Study Group 1, Progress on Spectrum Management. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yong-jun Chung, working for TTA, and also I'm one of the vice chairman of ITUR Study Group 1. First of all, thank you very much for inviting me today. And as this session focuses on the international cooperation, I think cooperation on spectrum management activities through some organization like ITU is getting important. So with that in mind, I would like to share current trends in ITUR Study Group 1, which is responsible for spectrum management. Today, our presenter will be started to look at overview on spectrum management. Then I will share the latest status of a major recommendation and report worked by each working party on the Study Group 1. And finally, I will conclude with further consideration in my point of view. So I would like to start with some fundamental concepts of spectrum management. Thinking about some role of spectrum, it has been connectivity. For that, we need the spectrum management and planning. And as an example, looking back at some history of mobile communication, it has involved increasing channel capacity. And for increasing capacity, we need some high-tech, some spatial technology like massive MIMO, and also to support more connections at the same time. And also frequency as well, with using carrier aggregation and dual connectivity to efficiently utilize wide band spectrum. And furthermore, modulation techniques have involved communication efficiency and evolving from some modulation scheme from 2-bit to now is 6-bit. From the perspective of spectrum management, it means we need some R&D for improving frequency efficiency and spectrum planning. And also we need to enhance signal some quality. So ITU are actually providing this kind of fundamental. Some best examples is ITU Study Group 1 is provide some RF performance recommendation and report. As you may remember, there's some such as the definition of frequency tolerance and then out of band emission domain and superior domain as well. And also ITUR Study Group 1 is provide many recommendation and their handbooks on the national spectrum management. And actually there are many elements included in their recommendations. For example, the spectrum planning and licensing and monitoring. And additionally, to facilitate some interoperability, the standards and equipment authorization is also quite essential. And In Korea, many spectrum organizations are involved in spectrum management. As you see, there's some chart below down. You can see there's some standardization organization. For example, Ministry of Science and ICT (MSIT) is cover all kind of some framework for the spectrum management. And the certification and technical regulation is handled by National Radio Research Agency, which is RRA, and the while spectrum monitoring is conducted by CRMO. And furthermore, we have the term TTA is one of the standardization development organization for providing domestic standards and testing and certification in the private sector. This is for your information. Actually, it shows some ICT standardization system of Korea, and actually in the some domestic level for some international corporation level, and especially some TTA is established domestic standards in the ICT fields, and is also operating national proprietary committees to engage with the official international standardization bodies such as ITU. So it means we have some system for some upstream and downstream as well. And for the international level, this slide shows some flow of the ITU in the field of spectrum management. In the ITU actually provide international principles for the spectrum management through the radio regulations, which are then adopted into national laws and by each country's regulatory authorities. And the revision of these radio regulations occurs every 3 to 4 years based on the outcome of the research agenda items. And then the process is conducted during the WRC, and then actual research on each agenda item is carried out by the study groups within ITUR. And among these groups, ITUR Study Group 1 is responsible for spectrum management, and this group is divided to 3 working parties, which are Working Party 1A is normally focusing on spectrum engineering techniques, and then Working Party 1B is focusing on spectrum management methodologies and economic strategies. And finally, Working Party 1C is focusing on spectrum monitoring. They deal with many several topics, significant topics, but in this today, I would like to focusing on some key topics for each working party. In the recent discussion at the Working Party 1A meeting, significantly focusing has been on wireless power transmission, which is called WPT. We have been working on harmonization WPT frequency ranges through interference analysis with other radio communication services since 2011. And for non-beam WPT, the frequency ranges for electric vehicles and the mobile devices has been proposed through some SM.2110 and SM.2129 recommendations. And then for beam-based WPT, frequency ranges for mobile devices were agreed upon and included in SM.2151 recommendations. As you see, there's some chart. At the recent some June meeting, some new frequency ranges were proposed by some countries such as the U.S. and China and other countries are considering some demand from some industry area. Or for some EV system 22 to 25 kilohertz proposed by USA, but this is not included yet because there are lots of some impact study needed, so we'll continue to this study to the next meeting. And then for some mobile portable device non-beam system for WPT, we have several frequencies are included in this meeting. And then for some beam WPT for mobile, the new frequency 24.1 to 24.15 gigahertz proposed, but we need further some discussed considering some neighboring some services such as astronomy service. In Korea, we are also utilizing unlicensed frequency band for EVs and mobile devices, and we are actually further reviewing some of the frequency band among some ITU standard frequencies. And we plan to carefully evaluate the impact on human health and the risk of interference. And this is one of some item under Working Party 1A, the UWB. As you may know, the first ITU recommendation regarding the UWB was issued in 2006. And the discussions has been ongoing about the evolution of UWB technology in June this meeting. And then it was decided to proceed with drafting a new report on UWB evolution technology. The FIRA consortium, which is a market representative, has been making a significant efforts to expand the UWB applications, such as digital car keys and trackers. And additionally, there is some issue on frequency band 7.7 to 9.3 gigahertz bands for UWB, which is also related to further IMT identification candidate bands. So it has become a major issue. And then taking into account this situation, we are currently revising the report to SM.2NE57, including some impact studies. In the Working Party 1B, actually, a new study on some spectrum management framework for GPR and WPR has been on the way within Working Party 1B. As you may know, this technology was considered part of UWB applications. And recently, there was some sinkhole accident in Korea, and highlighting the importance of preemptive inspections using GPR systems to prevent such accident. It underscores the need for a regulatory framework. So given this background, the report will present various applications and regulatory status in different countries. And Korea is actively participating in the study and is preparing some various measurement results to some next meeting. The goal is to complete this report will be by 2026. Another issue within Working Party 1B is the study on spectrum availability. When planning the frequency allocation, it's essential to evaluate how much spectrum is available. And this evaluation must be based in the scientific theory. So the purpose of this report is to provide a theoretical background for such evaluations. There are three types of spectrum usage: exclusive license use and shared licensed use and unlicensed shared use. The report explains the service targets and factors affecting availability and evaluation methodology for each type. So for example, in the case of exclusive licensed use, 4G and 5G services are a typical example, where spectrum demand based on traffic information is a key factor in assessing availability. If the planned bandwidth exceeds the bandwidth for demand amount based on the derived traffic information, we can conclude that the spectrum is available. And second type is the shared licensed use. The best example is CBRS in the USA. In this case, the availability, the spectrum is influenced by the spectrum sharing to protect the primary user. So by analyzing the usage patterns of the primary user, the availability of the spectrum can be assessed. This report is almost done, but nowadays we are improving to some editorial updates. So this will, I hope, finalize on 2025. And within the Working Party 1C, spectrum monitoring technologies evolve. And we are continuously updating recommendations and report on automated spectrum monitoring systems. Notably, during the June meeting, the revision of the report on spectrum monitoring using drones was completed. And a new report titled The Next Generation Spectrum Monitoring, Proactive, Autonomous, and Data-Driven was also finalized. A key aspect of the revised report on drone-based spectrum monitoring includes a Korean example. As you can see, this example demonstrates the use of drones to measure the radio signals for ensuring the proper operation of ground-based navigation aids, such as the instrument landing system and VHF omnidirectional range, which are crucial for aircraft safety. And the newly established report, it was also introduced in some earlier session by Hura, so I will skip this explanation. And then in the future, I think it is expected to further progress on the next generation spectrum monitoring. And also the work of the next edition of the handbook on spectrum monitoring now started by I2R Working Party 1C. Regarding some schedule for the next study group 1 and each working parties, a rapporteur meeting is planned for some November this year to revise the spectrum monitoring handbook on the Working Party 1C along with the Working Party 1B meeting. And then we have normally one meeting once in a year. So normal meeting 2025 will be June. So we have lots of some topics for each working party. Today, I only highlighted some new work or some interested work during the last June meeting. So it is for your information for some preparation to I2R study group 1. And then also given these opportunities, I hope this opportunity can be some used to sustain joint efforts to cooperate on shared areas of interest. Next one is further consideration is digital regulation trends. It becomes clear that innovation is also being demanded in spectrum utilization, which we should take into account consideration. And for example, B5G and satellite service, the spectrum demands for those services are increasing. And also technologies for sharing spectrum across multiple services are expected to advance further. So more of some spectrum management point of view. Actually, the spectrum management is from some technical innovation driving new spectrum demands. So it will become even more important. And to achieve this, I think it will be essential to monitor the discussions in standardization bodies as well, like 3GPP. For example, in 6G, actually energy efficiency for sustainability is becoming increasingly important. And also managing devices and base stations based on the 6G technology might be quite good, is important concept for preparation to the some next generation. So with that, I would like to conclude my presentation, and thank you very much for attention.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. It was the last presentation of today's forum. Well, let's take a short break, around 10 minutes now. So I hope you can enjoy coffee and refreshment in the lobby. And also, please come in the venue before the panel discussion. I will see you soon. Thank you.
"5G is powering the fourth industrial revolution and the future of wireless connectivity. Inno Wireless is taking the lead in enabling 5G-based hyperconnectivity with cutting-edge network infrastructure and test solutions. Inno Wireless is a leading provider of wireless network optimization, test, and measurement, big data analytics, and small cell solutions. QCell Networks is small cell specialized company. Accuver is responsible for global sales and support. QCell Networks and Accuver are affiliates of Inno Wireless. We are strategically positioned worldwide to support our customer base. Our early experience in 5G trials has enabled a strong adoption of our solutions to address varied customer needs. With our technical strength and solution readiness, we are at the leading edge of 5G evolution. QCell, our small cell solution, provides cost-effective and easy installation that improves capacity and coverage in urban and rural areas with less expenditure than macro cells. Our 5G small cell solution can also be deployed in indoor and outdoor to enhance 5G mobile network operation of carriers. It supports sub-6 and millimeter wave, as well as NSA and SA. With our extensive product portfolio, we had been with long-term cooperation with major carriers and vendors. Our vision is to grow together with our partners, employees, and customers as we seek to connect the world. Make 5G beyond 5G. It's Inno Wireless. We make tomorrow's dreams today's reality.
striving for the best technology for people's safety and happiness. Pioneering IT advancements with high tech and innovation. Best quality for safety. Anpum. The fourth industrial revolution, epitomized by AI and big data, is not an exaggeration to say that its core lies in wireless communication. The importance of a clean spectrum environment without illegal interference cannot be overstated. For the efficient utilization of the limited resource of spectrum, an era has emerged where high-precision, high-performance spectrum monitoring equipment is essential. With over 50% of its staffs consisting of highly skilled engineers, Anpum has established itself as the top-tier manufacturer of spectrum monitoring systems in South Korea. Anpum not only serves Central Radio Management Service of South Korea, but also develops and manufactures high-reliability, high-quality equipment for military, airports, and ports. Anpum has deployed 74 fixed spectrum monitoring systems and 12 mobile systems nationwide. Anpum's AMD 720 is developed in accordance with ITUR recommendations, and it can be manufactured in both fixed and mobile configurations. The measurement antennas are subdivided based on system, frequency, and function. The direction-finding antenna is developed with a focus on reception characteristics, stability, and long-term durability. In the mobile system, the same equipment as the fixed configuration is mounted, and the direction-finding antenna is constructed in a radome to be protected from external environmental factors. RAMDA, Anpum's spectrum monitoring software, has various features, such as simultaneous multi-operation.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the next session, the panel discussion will begin shortly, so please come into the venue. The next panel discussion session will begin shortly, so please come into the venue. And please, you may have a seat. Thank you for your cooperation. 네, 여러분 안내 말씀 드리겠습니다.
So let me give you a housekeeping note. The panel discussion will be started shortly, so those who are standing outside, please come inside and be seated. So let me give you a couple of housekeeping notes again. The panel discussion will be started shortly, so all the participants are asked to come inside and be seated. Thank you.
Our distinguished guests, as we near the end of today's forum, that we have a panel discussion that focuses on today's session topics. I would like to invite Professor Il-gyu Lee, the professor at the Gongju National University, to serve as the moderator for the panel discussion today. And the Professor Lee has worked extensively in areas related into RF development of WCDMA, mobile WIMAX, and radio monitoring systems for nearly 10 years at the Electronics and Telecommunications Research Institute as well. And furthermore, he has served as the vice chairman of the ITUR SG1 since his appointment during Radio Assembly 15. So now I think the panel and moderators on the stage. So now is the time for them hand over the microphone to the professor. Professor, please proceed it.
Thank you very much, moderator, for your kind introduction. I'm so pleased to take a position as a moderator for this panel discussion. So in order to save the time, I would like to directly open the floor. As you can see on this podium, there are 9 panelists who delivered their presentation already. So you can ask them a question, or you can give your any comment or some your opinions. So I think it will be a very useful discussion at this time. So now I would like to open the floor, and then if have any questions, raise your hand, and then introduce yourself as brief as possible. And also maybe some participants remotely can ask a question. So I will try to give them same opportunity. Now, the floor is opened, so you can raise your hand if there is anybody who has any questions. Okay, you can go ahead. And would you please give him a mic?
Thank you very much, the chairperson. My question goes to Mr. Hamid.
I'm sorry, it is not clear. Would you say one more time?
Well, I didn't mention who I was. My name is Colin from Uganda. And my question goes to Mr. Hamid, my friend up there. You spoke about using AI to do direction finding. I don't know whether you can give us a few insights about that. And I'll also pose another question to Mr. Sang about the spectrum big data analysis. You also spoke about the same being work in progress. I request them to shed more light about the subject matter. Thank you.
Okay, there are 2 questions from floor. Okay, would you take the first question, Mr. Panelist? Okay, Mr. Okay, and then Indonesia, and then Korea. Okay, and Indonesia and the Hura. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Colin, for your nice question. It's a great question, actually. The way we utilize the AI actually is most of the time is like a pattern analysis. They try to find the pattern. So in the radio location with Dragon, I actually try to mimic the TDOA, time differential of arrival. So it's like a three receiver configuration in the some city, and then because we already knew the location of radio FM station, and then I just like Because with the TDA, it should be a really timing system. It should be used, it's more like using a GPS system that really have a high precision. And this system is not using that kind of precision. I only using, for the data collection, I only using the, what can I say, the Linux timestamp for collecting the data, and then I compare the AI. They're using this time data and comparing with the IQ data, and then try to predict the location of the transmitter, the FM transmitter. So it's like they try to find the pattern inside the IQ data that measure in the almost the same, but it's not like a very precise timing. So at the end, usually, as we know, for the TDOA, usually they have like 300 meters accuracy because of the GPS precision. But for the system, they already have like 400, 500 millimeters precision for the prediction. I think that's enough. I think it's only about the pattern recognition for the AI. It's like that because we already have the location of the transmitter, and we also have the location of receiver, and we also able to measure the IQ data, and then by combining these three data, we train the AI to predict the location of the transmitter. And we already have like 500 meters accuracy, so I think it's enough. But in the future, probably we can still advance this kind of AI to make it a better precision comparing to this system. Is it enough, brother? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Julhaider, for your answering.
Most welcome.
It was related to accuracy of direction finding technology in Indonesia. So next, will you please take the question, Dr. Kim?
Yes, thank you for your question. Just for only for geolocation system, as explained about the TDOA situation, in that case, you need occupy the same channels to get IQ data for a long time to correlate. That is one method for geolocation. Another one is the AOA method. That means by using the array antenna and the signal processing unit, compare the phase difference between the antenna sensor positions. This also can be applied by AI training technologies, but in our case, we consider some another situation, like the distributed sensor is distributed nationwide. In the case, as explained earlier in my presentation, we gathering all spectrum band spectrum data, not IQ data. In that case, we use the POA algorithm to get the geolocation purpose. In that case, we can use some data fusion, like the radio propagation model, also trained by using the model and simulation technologies. And after that, compared with the real RF spectrum signals, by using the signal spectrum density, by using the training emitters for the radio transmitter or the telecommunication transmitter, like that, by training from using that emitter, and the data computing to training the the geolocation by using method of POA, power of arrival estimation. It is very familiar with the RAPA fingerprint method. That is our the target of AI training. Is it enough for your questions?
Well, it is a very long answer, so and also it's complicated technology by using AOA, POA in order to get some accuracy, more accuracy. So I think it is not enough time for us to discuss on the detailed technology right now. Anyway, thank you for your good explanations. Okay, you can go ahead, please.
My question is to the Samsung Solution Company. I do interest on your last slide regarding the future prospects. So the development of anti-drone solution, you talk about the importance of AI technology, especially going forward with the conversion of AIs with other technologies. So my question is, do you have any AI-based conversion technology product from your companies? I'm Mr. Mokhamra from Cambodia. Thank you.
Thank you very much from Cambodia. Okay, Samsung Solution, would you respond to the question from the floor?
Thank you very much. That's very good question. PPT, development anti-drone system, first use software-defined radio technology and AI, artificial intelligence technology and big data technology, use cryptographic technology. Especially, I said artificial intelligence very important. We have 2 years ago developed research and development by Ministry of Science and ICT with police agency. We have developed this year March that is combined radar, UIR camera and jammer in vehicle type in Solati, Hyundai Solati car. Radar is 5 kilometer and UIR camera is 2 from 2 or 3 kilometer and the jammer is 2 kilometer. We have innovative product by public procurement service. We want export to everywhere. If you send me email, I send you answer. And I want to export our product to Cambodia and other East, South Asia, and every global. Our company dream is build safe world, anti-drone dome. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Question and answer about anti-drone technology and the system. Okay, shortly, Samsung already had their own developed new anti-drone system. That is the exact answer for your question. Thank you very much. And then next, all right, you can take a floor.
Hello everyone, my name is Dilshad Tukhte from Uzbekistan Airports, and I have a couple questions to the presenters. The first question to Mr. Kim Hyun Soo. How is the Korea planning to address the growing demand for the spectrum from the new technology like the 5G and IoT? And the second one is to Mr. Kim Sang-tae. The question is how does your platform handle the large volumes of data in real-time spectrum monitoring? And there is also a question for Kim Yong-jae. How does the 4D AI imaging radar differ from the traditional radar technology? And also the question to Yim Dong-min. How does the international collaboration support the spectrum management initiatives in less developed regions? And the last question is to Lee Chun-hye. What are the next steps in advancing Korea's MRR agreements with the countries like Vietnam and Indonesia? Also the question, do you have the plan to enlarge your MRR coverage with the other countries? Like in my country in Uzbekistan also, because why I'm asking this, it will be give the chance to manufacturers to participate in some kind of bids, because they also requires some certificates, and I think that it will be the help Korean companies to attend more in our country bid system. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your many questions from Uzbekistan. Okay, I would like to give the chance one by one. First, the 5G and IoT question. Okay. Okay, maybe who is going to take that question about 5G and okay. Kim?
좋은 질문 감사합니다.
So thank you for your nice question. So it is true that there are rising demands of spectrum, and that is not just the case for Korea, but many other countries around the world. But basically, with the progress of technology and spectrum, has become an essential resource of our daily lives, and that has increased day after day. But the frequency is quite limited, so demands are quite restrained as well. And in case of Korea, allocating a certain frequency and the usage amount of frequency, if that is not well managed and well utilized, those frequency is recollected and then reallocated again. This is the basic principles. And moving forward, as technology continue to get evolved, the government is taking the initiative to set a certain frequency bandwidth that can be commonly used by some people in needs. So that technical review is currently underway by the government. Will it be the answer?
It is regarding with the spectrum big data pilot system, which was developed by Hura. Would you please answer for that question?
Yeah, thank you for your question. I understood that the capacity or the volume of a big data platform, that is a general question for every other country also. It depends on the design and your countryside's the network environment. In our platform, we can get by using, for example, if we use eight server cluster. In that case, we are now testing for the more than 10 RF sensors. In that case, no problem to gathering and pre-processing and analysis. And another issue is how many volume can be stored in that platform, big data platform. In the case, we can add another servers to increase the volume capacity. It depends on the input data. And the input data also can be designed according to your network environment. For example, in our case, we gathering the RAPA data from RAPA sensor each 15 minutes. Of course, each 15 minutes, the spectrum trace can be calculated for statistical calculation, like the maximum trace, average trace, and minimum trace like that. And after that, that spectrum can be compressed to small size by using the compressed for noise spectrum. In that case, I don't need to transfer the data. That is my answer about your question, right?
Please appreciate for your detailed answer. Next question is related to 4D image system, smart radar company.
Yeah, thank you for your question. Traditional automotive radar just can produce information with X, Y, and velocity. So that means we can just see the difference between the horizontal and the range side, X, Y, and velocity. But our 4D image radar can generate one more information with height. So technically, we can provide X, Y, G, and velocity. That's why we call it 4D imaging radar. Why we can provide height information? So I will explain very briefly. So when you question to me, I just listened with my ears. So at first, my right ear first listened your voice, right? And just a little later, my left ear can listen your voice, right? So there is some time delay between my right ear and left ear. We call it phase difference in the receiver channels. So basically, if we have more ears, like 5 years or 10 years through this way, then I can see your voice more finely, like a final resolution. But when somebody said on the up way, I cannot tell the difference between the you and the somebody in the upward because I have no information about the height itself. So if we have more ears, like in vertical ways, then I can see through I can listen your voice with vertical difference. So technically, 4D image radar just add more receiver channels in the vertical ways. So that means we have more receiver channels than traditional automotive radar. So performance-wise, it's better, but cost-wise, it's not good, right? So we need to support more receiver channels. So our strategy is just to utilize our sparse antenna array design technology to arrange receiver channels more efficiently to increase the angular resolution for the horizontal way and the vertical way as well. So that's our core technology. Yeah, thank you for your question.
Thank you, Mr. Young-jae Kim, for your detailed response for the question. Next question, the fourth question is international cooperation, about international cooperation in the area of ICT. Okay. Mr. Kim, would you respond to this question? Mr. Im Dong-min from KIST.
네.
So let me tell you about international cooperation. So as mentioned in a couple of presentations, it is true that technology keeps evolving and we can get an access to more and more devices and more technologies. And seamless connection has become possible, and the world is moving toward more and more advanced and updated technologies. However, the technology development itself requires some efficient resource management in the market. And in the international cooperation, one of the top challenges that we have to address is digital divide. And And digital divide takes place because of a lack of market access. So we have to take a closer look on it. So we need to explore the way to solve this common challenge, and we have to provide some common support to address this issue. Actually, this is not the part that we can get huge amount of profits or revenues. But as I mentioned in the case of Peru, in the bidding auction, building up the capital and financial funds by the government, that can be done. However, if we understand the local situations and local conditions, because of the information asymmetry, they have more knowledge and more know-how about the services and the needs of the region. Therefore, the government level planning might not be that much effective. So some kind of design sharing and some policies by their own might turn out to be more effective. So by doing so, we can help to address some digital divide. And it requires a lot of time and a lot of costs. So if we take some kind of institutional measures step by step, and even if the market organization cannot work it right away, we continue to provide some support on a gradual level by improving the systems and policies. Thank you.
Salim, for your answer with a specific example. Thank you very much. And then the last question from Uzbekistan, which is related to MRA. Maybe Ms. Lee from RRA will answer for that question.
I understood that after what happened in the Vietnam and Indonesia, what are the next steps? Or the first part of the question, is that the question?
Korea has any plan to have extend with other countries, especially including Uzbekistan? That is his point. Okay, sorry, would you say one more time, okay, in order to make a clarification? Just take your time, please, okay?
Okay, the question was the first, what will the advanced plan for the next step for the other countries, like the Vietnam and Indonesia? The additional question was there is any plan to enlarge the coverage of the MRI, for example, for the Uzbekistan, because there's the other companies, because I have the experience to meet with the other companies, there's like the issue to participate in our country is the bid system, because it always requires the certificate, type of the certificate, so it will be better to them to participate there, even for us, so international the companies will participate to us. The first issue is if there is no allowed by our country's law, the certificate is always required, if there is a certificate or no. I know that in Korea, mostly the more company, not the certificate, their own product. That's why my question: do you have any the plan for the Central Asia or the other, like the Uzbekistan and maybe then the South Asia, something? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. Let me answer the first part of a question, which is the next step. I mean, we signed the MRA with Vietnam in 2006, and ever since we have been continuing the technical consultation and exchanges. And let me give an example of the Vietnamese case. Early this year in Vietnam, 5G rolled out across the nation. And for that introduction of 5G in Vietnam, we have conducted multiple technical seminars with them. And if there are some technical inquiries from Vietnam, we were actively answering them, and we were having active conversations between the two parties. And for Vietnam, they are planning to apply the SAR in next year. And for the SAR as well, we are closely communicating and collaborating with them at a technical level. And there is one thing that I want to highlight here. MRA is not the conclusion, it's not the end, it's actually something that is continuing to evolve. So we have a long time of building trust. We signed the MRA and the relationship continues from there. So as for the Indonesian case, we signed the MRA with them in May this year, but the relationship didn't start from May. Indonesia didn't want that to be taking effect right away, so that is why the taking effect will happen next year June. So the regulation and the situations of different countries may differ, so the MRA can be set up according to the needs of different countries. And for the countries that we already have the MRA signed, there are some cases where we actually had the MRA taking effect 2 years after the signing of the contract. So in those cases, some of the time frame adjustments can be done. And as for the second question, which is whether we have the plan to expand to the Uzbekistan when it comes to MRA, and we are actually addressing all the countries out there, and Uzbekistan is part of the core countries that we hope to work with. That is why I used the break time to talk to many members who are here in this room, and if there is a person in charge of the MRA in Uzbekistan, then please share that contact with me so that I can contact with them. And of course, you can share my contact with them as well. And we do have the MOU signed with Mongolia as well already, but then the overall conditions in Mongolia is slightly different from Korea, so it cannot really be done in a very fast-paced manner. But then if Uzbekistan wants to proceed with the MRA path, then we are happy to go through a longer journey, which is to start with the technical exchange seminars and so forth. And we'll be happy to engage in that kind of discussions. Thank you.
Question and answers about MRA progress, especially in southern part of Asia. Okay, maybe in order to make this MRI progress, try to understand technical standardization and regulatory framework, and also the industry status in South Asia. That is my personal opinion. And next, are there any questions from the floor? More questions or further questions? Now we have 8 minutes to go, so we have time. So if you have any questions, so raise your hand. So if we don't have any questions from the floor, do we close up this discussion, or okay? From John, okay. So, are there any questions from online? No questions. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, there is somebody from online. Mm-hmm. Okay, introduce yourself first, and then go ahead with your question.
Thank you very much. My name is Mohammed Al-Bloushi from the United Arab Emirates Telecommunication Regulatory Authority. I'm from the Spectrum Monitoring Team. First of all, I would like to thank the host and the speakers on the information and the inputs which has been shared with us. I have actually 2 questions. First question is to Mr. Hong Song Kim. He mentioned in his presentation the GPS interference, and they are handling that specific incident, and from their experience, how they are handling such interference from complaints received by airplanes in high altitude, let's say 30,000 feet, and what their process on that. The second question is to Mr. Just a second, let me reach to the right name. Yep, to Mr. Kim Song on the big data and AI related to spectrum monitoring. My question is, will the algorithm you have or the AI platform could do, let's say, a week, a month data analysis in order to identify let's say one spot and specific frequency activity on several layout of surveys, a field survey, let's say. So why I'm asking this to understand how let's say advanced the AI platform is, and later on we can maybe have offline discussion on how we can have some maybe further discussion on such interesting topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The question from United Arab Emirates. Okay. The first two, the question is, Mr. Kim, would you take the answer for that question?
네.
So related to GPS interference, let me give you the answer. Korea is divided. The Korean peninsula is divided between the North and Korea. And the reason for the GPS interference is mostly because of North Korea. And for us, the radio interference actually blocks some location of airline and ships. So we are currently managing the spectrum control center 24 hours. So we always identify the main source of that interference. And after detecting that interference, based on our manual, airline or ships related ministries will receive this interference warning. And that warning is delivered to the relevant government agencies. And in response to this, the government agencies also deliver this notification to the ship and also airlines. And by using some kind of other measures, instead of using the automatic line, we are working to prevent this type of spectrum interference so that airline and ships can be safely managed. And you mentioned about high altitude, like airplane. In the high altitude, if there is any radio interference of the airline at the high altitude, actually, up until now, while airline is flying, the radio interference, actually, we didn't have such case so far, so I'm not sure how to answer this.
Thank you very much, the question and answer. And then the second question is dealing with some big data and AI. Dr. Kim, would you reply to? And also he said that in order to have some more information, maybe you can have some discussion by email later, so you can answer to the question as short as possible.
Yes, thank you for your question. As I explained on my presentation, the AI application technology is under development, and however, for the development of AI models, indeed very big data, gathering over big data. So big data platform and the AI platform is the merged to reinforce the AI model. In our case, now we are focused on the signal identifications for, as I explained earlier, like the drone signal classification, and another one is detection for the anomaly signal detection, like interference or jamming or spoofing, like that. For that purpose, we gather the many data sets for training the AI models from the on-air site. And so the data set is most important for the performance of AI. And however, we are on the development. So if you need some more information about the AI application and models like that, if you need another purpose of application of AI, please contact me. Feel free to contact me by email address on my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you again, the representative from Arab Emirates, and also thank you for answering from Hura. Okay, due to time limit, I'm supposed to close up our meeting. I think we can have a more discussion during dinner time, or you can contact each other in person for more information or sharing the information. So, okay, I hope this panel discussion would be helpful to all of you who are participating in this panel discussion. So now I close up this meeting. Thank you very much for your participation. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause once again. Yes, indeed, it was very activated discussion with the Q&A session. Yes, all of the program of Global Spectrum Management Forum has come to an end. And on behalf of organizing committee, I extend my sincere gratitude to all of you today. And we hope the insights gained here will lead us toward a brighter and more developed future for the global spectrum industry and international cooperation as well. Regarding the survey, for those present at the venue, that we have distributed the survey forms with the program book, and please submit the form at the registration desk. And for online participants, we have sent the survey link via your email. So if you do not complete it yet, so please proceed the survey and submit it, please. After the event conclusion, so if you want to take a group photo or the commemorative photo, please come up the stage. Thank you for joining us today and safe travels back. Thank you very much. 대단히 감사합니다.
Thank you so much. Less housekeeping note for everyone. For us to be able to make a more helpful session in the future, we are taking surveys from the participants today. So we do have the survey form that we distributed to you in the program book. Please fill them out and submit it as you go at the registration desk in front of the hall. And we also shared the survey link to the online participants. If you haven't completed the form, please do so before it's too late. And for those of you who would like to take a commemorative photo before you leave, please come to the front so that we can take the group photo together. I would like to once again thank everyone for coming to this event, and I will see you again next year. Hope you have a pleasant trip back. Thank you.